all present? Oh, God help me, help me. Are we ready? Okay, hold on, I'm just pulling up something here. Okay. Maybe, no. Of course I am. Good afternoon. I would like to call the November 12th, 2024 Work Study City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all members are present, and I do have a request from Councilmember Kendrick to participate remotely. So I will need a motion and a second, and then I'll follow up with a couple questions to Councilmember Kendrick under the Just Cause provisions.
I'll make a motion that we allow it.
I'll second it.
And we'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes to allow Councilmember Kendrick's request to participate remotely. And I have just a couple questions here for you, Councilmember Kendrick. You are traveling under work request for a conference at the Municipal Management Association of the Southern California Annual Conference, and this is followed under the Just Cause found under Government Code 54953, travel
Yes.
on business. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any other members in the room with you?
Not right now, no.
Okay. And that wraps us up for the Just Cause, Mayor.
We're good now? I can continue, okay. At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the work study agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers. However, since we are participating remotely on the Zoom call, I do have to call out quickly on the Zoom. If there's anyone on the Zoom call that would like to participate, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to the work study item. Do we have a report from staff on item 5A?
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. Not good evening this afternoon, just good afternoon. Tonight, or this afternoon, we're bringing you draft protocols that provide for a framework for orderly and transparent governance that establish clear guidelines for the operation of the way the city does business. These are a high priority item in our fiscal year action items. In fact, they're a carryover from last year. There's been hours and hours of work put into getting where we are today. I think we've been through about 10 different revisions. I want to first acknowledge the work of our Mayor Pro Tem Peterson and Councilmember Krupa in sitting down on multiple occasions and also spending hours of time walking through and reading these. I also want to thank the city attorney for his work in assisting with that. Thank you. And what we want to do today is take our time walking through the document, really section by section, and make sure that we get it right, that we answer any questions that you have regarding the language that we've drafted. These protocols are going to touch on a number of different city functions, including agenda preparation and how items are placed on the agenda. That's a key item. The council appointment process, communication, guidance for appointed commissions, committees, and boards. There's reference to and guidance on ethical decision-making and also accountability and enforcement. So with that, today we're also going to be on this screen here. If there are any adjustments necessary or desired, we will capture those with track changes on this Word document, and we'll be able to read into the record any of those changes that the council would like to make. I think as we walk through here, there will be at least a section or two where we will introduce a slightly different version than what was initially published. We've just distributed to you a slightly updated version. If people are following along with the published version, it won't be much different. We've changed a couple of words, and I'll bring to your attention areas where there's been a minor adjustment to the language. Are there any questions before we begin? Okay, let's turn to page 1. The 47-page document, right? Let's go to the next page. And we'll keep going. Actually, Councilmember Kendrick may have a comment on maybe the preamble.
Actually, on page 2, I don't know what's more appropriate. Should I raise my hand in the Zoom software, or should I just speak up?
I think you could just jump in, right?
Okay.
So
I
go ahead.
I have a question about the development project. So, I have concerns with it being limited to 20,000 square feet. You know, a development project could be a quick service restaurant with a drive-through, in my opinion. So I don't know where the 20,000 square foot came from, but I think a development project could be any size. So I would like clarification on why it's 20,000 square feet or more, or if we could just have that stricken.
City Attorney's Office has no problem with broadening the definition, if that's the council would like to do.
And if I could add to that, I believe that original square footage came from the original protocols, which we started with, that was dated back in 1998. So at that time, maybe 20,000 feet was a big project in the city, and I would have no problem broadening that within reason. And I don't know how to define the word reason. I'd leave that to legal.
Right. You know, it may be useful to incorporate the definition that exists elsewhere in the law. So for example, the Levine Act has permits or other entitlements for use as a definition, and that is the act which places certain restrictions on the ability of council members to participate in decisions where they received a campaign contribution of $250 or more. And so, you know, my general preference is to utilize other standards that already exist where we can, just so that for simplification. So that may be something that we want to look at. I can bring up that definition specifically if the council would like. So the definition is found in Government Code Section 84308. And it is defined as license, permit, or other entitlement for use. And it means all business, professional, trade, and land use licenses and permits, and all other entitlements for use, including all entitlements for land use, all contracts other than competitively bid, labor, or personal employment contracts, and all franchises. So it would dramatically increase the scope of that section. but it's a definition that exists. You could also just strike 20,000 feet if you wanted.
You could strike having a building area of 20,000 square feet or more and just end it at or an industrial or commercial use.
I think that'd be more appropriate, just based on, I mean, I've had warehouses that are 16,000 square feet. I've worked on controversial projects that are 2,000 square feet, so I just, I, when we're talking about a development project, I'm not thinking of a CUP for a sensitive use. I'm not thinking of it at a 20,000 square foot or more level. I'm thinking about a project. It could be a McDonald's, it could be, you know, a Costco, it could be a warehouse. That's a development, I mean, a general term, and I think it should be more generalized because when it comes to council protocols, I want to make sure that, you know, if we get a CUP for a drive-through that's denied and it gets appealed to city council, I mean, it doesn't really fall under that category per se, so I'd be comfortable if it was stricken.
The other things to keep in mind with that definition and with the other rules later in the protocols are the definition includes specific plan. I assume that includes specific plan amendments as well as zoning changes. And those are legislative acts as opposed to the other items on the list, which are quasi judicial in nature. My understanding of the later restrictions later in the protocols, which are essentially trying to prohibit ex parte communications with development project applicants. I do think that there is a distinction between legislative acts and those quasi judicial acts. So you may want to consider removing specific plan and zone change from the list, just so that we are focusing on those quasi judicial type of actions. Just an additional thought.
Yeah, because where this comes into play, as you said, is more in the transparency and reporting out of having meetings with potential developers or current developers, and that there's a restriction before and after. I mean, before it gets to a certain stage, it's reporting out for transparency. After a certain stage, it's meeting only in the presence of the city manager or planning director. So I think there's a definite distinction there of what it is, but in that respect, it doesn't necessarily refer to the size of the development or what the development is. It's just a development project.
Right, an application. So that's on section 4.2. So I had a comment on that as well.
Yes. Striking the size, the square footage on that, I have no problem with that at all. And Carol, what is your thought on the quasi judicial process that the city attorney mentioned?
I'm sorry, on the communications?
So council member, I was speaking regarding the definition of development project,
Yeah.
which is on page 21 of the backup, page 9 of the specific document. And I recommended considering removing specific plan and zone change from the list of actions
Yep.
covered by that, only because those are legislative acts.
Right.
That typically the council has much broader discretion to have discussions with members of the community and other interested parties, as opposed to the other items on the
Right.
list, which are specific quasi judicial actions that'll be subject to a public hearing.
Right. No, I agree with that.
And then when we get there, the last thing to consider on this, I know that we've spent a lot of time on the definition.
Yes.
The last thing to consider is that when you have development agreement, density bonus, track maps, or conditional use permits, many of those items may never come to the council at all.
Right. But sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do.
Okay, so to summarize, the plan is to strike the reference to specific plan, zone change, and the phrase having a building area of 20,000 square feet or more. Okay. And because I will also see things as we read through here again, I would like to suggest that we add FPPC in parentheses after Fair Political Practices Commission under the FPPC document there. But that's just an option for you. Also, in some cases, I'll read you the full sentence or paragraph. In other cases, I want to just note for the record some changes that have been adjusted since the original document was reviewed. One of those was the definition of Measure U. We reference the passage of Measure H, and there has been some discussion about, is this now Measure H or is this Measure U? And for clarity purposes, we're referring to it as Measure U. So, Measure H simply removed the sunset provision. So I want to be clear on that. Are there any other comments or questions on page 2 here under defined terms?
We have one note on page 3 when we get there. Section 3.3. The sentence ends, or the paragraph ends, such discussions in reference to closed session discussions along with materials reviewed are confidential and shall not be disclosed except as the city attorney may advise. And while I think that is good language, I think you may want to put in there, or as the city council may otherwise direct. Ultimately, the council is the client. The council is in charge of what remains confidential in closed session, and that is the council as a whole. The city attorney can certainly advise you. However, that power rests with the council. I think adding that additional language would make that clear.
I want to make sure we're ready to move on to that page 3. Did anyone need more time with the definitions?
It's good.
Okay. So section 2 really is speaks to the fact that these protocols don't supersede state law, of course. And the city attorney has also provided us some additional homework opportunities with a reference to the resources that are identified in Appendix A. And section 3 does relate a lot to the Brown Act, which we see in state code. In some cases, we're restating rules in the document, but again, the state code will control. So I've added to the section 3.3 the phrase, or as the city council may otherwise direct.
Mark, we're gonna see things like this. On 3.2, I noticed the last line, we refer to the Ralph M. Brown Act. But I think everywhere else, we just reference the Brown Act. I think we even define it. I remember when I went through these the first time 4 years ago. I remember we inconsistently referred to council members, city council persons. And I really appreciate all the work that was done to bring this stuff into alignment. So it's not Ralph M.
Yes, and that,
A recommendation.
and that would be consistent with the reference to the Brown Act in section 3.1, the two references. And the reference in 3.2. Section 4.
I have a question on 4.2. And it's just, I understand that after an application's filed that, you know, the city manager or designee would need to be present in any meeting with the city council member. And I know like my schedule's hard, Mark's schedule's hard, or just same with my colleagues. Sometimes, you know, we've got a lot of other meetings going on. I just want to make sure that there's not going to be a bottleneck in trying to get meetings. So, you know, I try to do what I can to accommodate, but like I said, Mark, you're a busy man. And so I just want to make sure that we're not delaying applicants unnecessarily to try and accommodate a meeting where we can get all the people that need to be. So I don't know how comfortable you are with designating a designee, but I don't have any problem with having someone there, and I disclose when I meet with applicants, but I just don't want it to be a further delay on a project that may have already been delayed.
Councilmember Kendrick, you bring up a good point, and I think it's fair to say I have high level of comfort with designating someone if I was not available. And I recognize that with some of the development projects, it's going to be time sensitive and necessary for us to provide that presence for a meeting like that. I can imagine a scenario where a planning commission may take action on an item that is then appealed to the city council. There's not a lot of time to set meetings, and in that context, that's a good example of a moment in time where I may need to delegate meetings to different people.
So it's okay as it's written then, correct?
I think so. But I think Councilmember Kendrick wants the assurance that we will be comfortable using that I would be comfortable using a designee, and I'm comfortable doing that.
Yeah, you know, I get a lot of complaints about, you know, how long things take, and I agree, my schedule is not the greatest. But I try, but I mean, Mark, you're busy running a city, and so I want to do what we can to accommodate in the quickest fashion that we can.
Some additional points of discussion on this matter that are, you know, worth considering. When we look at other similar restrictions or state laws in this area, one of the differences between what we have here and what we have, for example, again, in the Levine Act is the restriction. So here, the restriction is on meetings between the applicant, and the applicant is defined broadly to include the person and their contractors. But if you looked at something like the Levine Act, or you look at due process considerations with ex parte communications, those encompass not just the party, as I'll call them, or the applicant, but also a person who's participating in the decision. So someone who opposes a project, for example, or someone who has a financial interest in the outcome of a decision. So, if you broaden that definition on who's meetings with whom are subject to this rule, that is going to mean more people that you're gonna have to schedule things with the city manager, or with his designee. But when looking towards what is the purpose of a rule like this, just one consideration that you are, as a council, if you adopt this, you are only restricting your ability to meet with one side of an application. You are not placing similar restrictions on your ability to meet with opponents of projects, and that may be something that could become an issue at a future date. Just food for thought. You are required to disclose those meetings and those communications elsewhere in the protocols, though.
So basically, mm, what you just said is covered in the next section of 4.3.
The next thing, yes, it is covered in 4.3, and so that would require disclosure of meetings with others. And so, one of the questions you may ask is, if I have to disclose the nature of a meeting that I take with the applicant, why have that additional level of having a staff member present? But that's certainly something that you could consider. The other side of it is, it's here, but it's also in the appendix. We have rules for quasi judicial hearings, and there are requirements for disclosure of ex parte communications. So it's actually covered in 2 additional sections.
When you talk about disclosure, are you talking about a detailed explanation of what was discussed, or
Right.
just talking about, we had a meeting and that's it?
No, so I think that you want to look to what is the due process consideration of disclosing those ex parte communications. And the reason is you're having a public hearing where members of the public, other interested parties, are going to be presenting evidence and testimony to you regarding your decision. They need to know what evidence you already have inside your head so that they can address that. So I don't think that saying I met with the developer or I met with, a neighbor in of itself is probably sufficient. I think you probably need to give a summary, of what was discussed. So I met with the developer, we went over the economic benefits of the project, which are summarized in a letter that they provided, something like that. And, it's one of those things where we are creating requirements here. One of the things I always encourage councils is not to create requirements that are going to be difficult to follow as a practical matter. So, some of these, I think, are required by law anyway, like disclosure of ex parte communications. Others like, having a staff member present or not. But they, do give the council a good ability to say, what was discussed is included in the staff works, it's summarized by staff who was present. So there was good reasons for it, but what I would recommend is just making sure whatever it is that you're adopting is something that you believe the council has the ability to follow consistently.
I have another suggested edit here. Sorry, we didn't catch this earlier. On 4.4, there's a reference to Council Resolution 4545, and a reference to that being attached as Attachment F. Attachment F is an admonition and censor policy and guidance. What I would suggest is this be updated to refer to Appendix G, and we add the Resolution 4545 as Appendix G. You can find Council Resolution 4545 at the beginning of our council meeting agenda on every meeting to quickly refer to that. Any other questions on section 4? Comments?
I have a question on 4.7. So the attentiveness at meetings. So, I know this has come up in the past, but, at our last planning commission meeting, this was, brought to my attention, so, I'll let my colleagues speak to their concerns with it, but, I think most of us are guilty of, sometimes looking at our phones, but it is, I think that we should give everyone the benefit of the doubt of our full attention while they've taken time out of their day to come down and speak with the council. So I am fully behind this. We have laptops that are issued by the city and we can, if we need to look something up. Like I said, this became a huge issue last week at a public hearing, and like I said, I'll let my colleagues speak to this concern, but I definitely agree with it and think we need to enforce this across the board.
I will just respond to that. I agree completely. But, when cell phones first came into the process, and I know there was a lot of legal issues about council members having their cell phones anywhere close to them when they were in a council meeting because they could text somebody else in the audience or on a project or whatever, and there was all sorts of drama and in some cases, actual cases where there was communication between a council member and a developer or whatever that was being discussed at that point. So I think it behooves all of us to not have them as a communication device while we are sitting up here. I usually have mine up here just in case. And, but it's, sending text messages or other communications during a council meeting is, in my opinion, bad form.
And
Yeah. I know in the past I've heard where people that are guests are texting council members, and I totally disapprove of that. That they're going back and forth in a conversation and giving them more information or giving their opinion or something, or, so if it were me, I wouldn't have any phones on the dais at all.
I would say from a legal perspective, cases that Councilmember Krupa is referring to, the principal case is probably a case out of the city of San Jose, which related to public records on private cell phones. There was a development project in front of the city council. The developer was texting the city council members during the public hearing. An individual who opposed the project sought copies of those text messages by Public Records Act request. And it went all the way to the California Supreme Court. California Supreme Court did struggle with it because it's on a private device, but ultimately came to the conclusion that those are public records. And so my admonition to the council would be, there is currently no legal prohibition on having a text exchange as an individual council member with a member of the public during a council meeting. You should know that those text messages are likely subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. But if you are having an ex parte communication during a quasi judicial hearing, and so that's most development projects, and you are failing to disclose those ex parte communications, that could be a due process issue from the city. So the legal request is that you minimize that, refrain from it. Here we certainly, are contemplating a prohibition on it at the council level. I can also tell you that on the staff side, I had to contemplate my own behavior, addicted to this little thing. And I think even if I'm engaging in something perfectly reasonable, like using it to look up information relevant to the discussion, I do think that I've certainly, I think, given the impression to members of the public or even members of the council of not paying attention to the conversation that's taking place. So I'll certainly be mindful of that as well.
Okay, section 5. So, section 5 is an important one to pause and just reflect on how items get on the agenda. This is something that I always like to include in a governance type meeting because we'll take care of some of that tonight. This is very helpful. But just in summary, I want to touch on a couple of those. Section 5.2 provides a lot of flexibility to the city manager to adjust timing, dates, items that go on the agenda. That's very helpful for me because sometimes we may aspire to hit a certain date, but if the subject matter is just not ready for prime time, we haven't done our research, we haven't engaged in stakeholder outreach, whatever the issue might be, I may feel it's better to postpone that item. And so 5.2, I appreciate the flexibility there. 5.3 essentially authorizes, as the code does, the mayor to call a special meeting, place an item on an agenda, and that's what 5.3 does. 5.4 allows the council by a majority vote to direct staff to put an item on the agenda. So this is one person plus two. We've talked about this at a governance meeting in the past. It could be, the council's preference to have one person plus another, just two, to ask staff to work on an item and bring something back at a future meeting. But this is a topic that we don't have to settle tonight forever. This is something that you can change from time to time if you so wish. But the way this is written, it would require a majority of the council, so 3 or more, to say yes, this issue is worth the time to invest. Despite the competing priorities, it's important for us to work on this item. So that's the way 5.4 reads now. 5.5 authorizes an ad hoc committee to essentially place an item on a future agenda. So I want to note that for the record. And 5.6 is again back to, it refers to section 5.4, which is the majority. Those are the 3 areas I wanted to comment on.
I have a question on 5.4. Now it says it has to, you have to have a majority of the council members to bring something up on the agenda. And just from past experiences, I just want clarification, and not to bring up anything negative or anything, but I remember on the mayor vote where they wanted to make the mayor vote, change the voting rules, and there was 2 people that wanted that, which is not the majority, but yet it came on the agenda. How did it get on the agenda if the majority didn't request that to be on the agenda? Just so I have clarification.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly how it all unfolded, but when we had our governance meeting on the 3rd day, when
That's not the majority. No, now. Oh, it's before?
right, so we had one of the discussions we had at the governance meeting on my 3rd day here was how would you like items to get onto the agenda? And we talked about the difference between someone individually asking an item to be placed, one plus a second person, or a majority. And I believe that the default was 1 plus 1 additional person, so 2 people at the time. And that was essentially a business practice of ours because this had not been adopted at that time.
Now it would be 3.
Would that be a serial?
No, because
one talked to me about it and I said no. So that conversation was between us 2, and then 2 other went, and those 2 talked about it and brought it on the agenda. So that's not.
So talking about a couple different things. First thing I would say is here in 5.4, we don't have a serial meeting issue because it says it has to occur at a city council meeting. So that's number 1. Number 2, there are a few exceptions from the Brown Act. One of them is to discuss scheduling something to have a meeting about, not to discuss the substance of the topic, but to discuss whether to place it on the agenda. you don't have to have that conversation at a Brown Act meeting. Here, though, if this gets adopted, it won't matter because you will need to have a majority of the membership. And so that phrase is important, right? So even if there are only 3 of you on the dais, it still is going to require 3 votes to put something on a future agenda. It can only happen at meetings of the city council under this provision. And it's nice, it's very clean, but like you said, it would be challenging if you did have a situation where there were 2 members of the council who really want to talk about something. They're not going to be able to get that item on a council agenda unless another person agrees with them.
Once this goes into effect.
effect.
And I'm only asking for clarification because I just want to make sure I
Don't
have.
have your mic on.
I'm sorry.
You don't
I-
have- oh.
I can't hear you, Joe.
I just wanted to ask for clarification because of what this says and what happened is 2 different things. So I just needed clarification.
And that's the nice part of this. It's very clear. So we know exactly all the ways that something can get on the agenda. I want to say I really appreciate the language of 5.7, encouraging members to identify any legal issues they have in advance to give the city attorney sufficient time to answer the question. This council's been really, really good at it. Not every council acts that way. So thank you.
In terms of section 6, you're going to be familiar with most of this because it's pretty straightforward. I do want to draw your attention to 6.3 related to staffing. A committee, so think of this as any of these types of committees, a standing committee, an ad hoc committee, et cetera, may request the city manager assign staff to committees for the purpose of administrative services to attend meetings and to assist with committee presentations as staff are available for such tasks. My only request, I like this, and I think it's appropriate to at times have staff attending to or providing administrative support for some of our committee functions. And the challenge sometimes will be, do we have the resources to dedicate, and who is that person going to be? Sometimes there may be an individual that we assume is the right person, but that person has a number of other tasks on their plate, and I may want to assign someone else. But just active communication on that front will be very helpful.
To clarify under 6.1, it is the mayor who creates committees and who appoints them. I know that there's references to the council setting a schedule, and that the council may find it desirable to have committees. You may want to change the word create in 6.1, the first line, to have, so that it is clear that the language you have here would empower the mayor to create those council committees and to appoint to them. So I know that's sometimes a question we get.
Well, it says create and then it says formed. So it sounds like it's a brand new committee, not one that exists.
So I think that's maybe a topic for discussion. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page, literally and figuratively. But that the council understands that the intent of this language is for the mayor to create committees and the mayor to appoint to committees. If the council wants to retain that power to itself, then we would have to amend the language.
So that would change how Councilmember Krupa said, asked the whole body if we could have an arts and culture ad hoc. in the future that won't be able to happen?
I think that what's written here has been our historic practice. I think that typically it has come up at a council meeting and then the mayor has listened to the council and followed the will of the council. But the goal here with these protocols, I think, is to, like with the agenda, to have very specific rules here so that we all know exactly what the procedure is. So that, when everyone's getting along, that's fine. But maybe when there's a disagreement about whether to have a committee or not, it's helpful to know whose decision it is to create a committee and whose decision it is to who's on the committee. Right now, I believe the intent of this is to have both of those decisions rest squarely with the mayor, with the council elects.
Would it be prudent to add with council consensus?
Legally prudent or?
Whatever prudent.
So, from a legal perspective, I think you have a couple options. You could have the council creates committees and the council places people on them. You could have it where the mayor creates committees and the mayor places people on them. You could have it where the mayor does those things subject to ratification or approval by the council if you wanted it to come back. Those are all decisions for you to think about. I sense that there may not have been clarity on this specific issue. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, maybe, because I think in practice, we've all been in agreement with who gets appointed to what. And
That has worked well.
It
I
has
encourage
worked
you to
well.
continue to be in agreement on this.
absolutely has worked.
However, should you not,
Should have.
you may want to decide how that goes now rather than at the time.
I think it's good for now. We'll have a new council member coming in and the dynamics may change, but I think for right now, I think it's working.
As written or as appointed with council consent? Because we all agree, maybe we need to add just those words with council agreement or with council consent.
Like with
'Cause
the
we
arts
do.
and culture, you suggested it and we said, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
So
and everybody said,
we
okay.
did it.
So I guess my question is, council, in your mind, did the council create that committee? Or did the mayor create it when the mayor appointed people to it?
I think the council as a whole.
Council created it.
So council creates committees and the mayor appoints to them? That's okay. That's an option.
I think it's worked great, like, Councilmember Peterson was saying, it's worked great so far. I mean, do we really want to change that? The only thing that I know now that I'm not gonna let somebody switch something on me like you did. Oh, you'll like it, and I fell for it.
Oh, yeah, I'm never gonna live that down, am I?
But it is true that we, the council, created that
We
one.
create.
So
Yeah,
maybe,
so maybe we do
maybe
need
we
to
want
change.
to add the mayor and or council.
And yet another option, yes.
We could do and or city council.
Because does that line up with what we've already been doing?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's basically how we've been doing it.
So do you think we should take out the mayor completely and just say the city council will create it?
Up to you. Whatever you want.
I mean, we basically do that and then we have discussion.
But again, then, you may elect a mayor that at some point in our term that may not want to do what the council says and wants to do what they want to
And
do.
that's kind of almost the thought process is that we act as a council as a whole.
Right.
And that we have agreement, at least majority agreement in things that are done.
But that doesn't necessarily
This is
Um,
true. You
be
make a good
true
point.
in the future though, because we don't know. I've seen authoritative leaders. I've seen how they want to delegate and not hear anything that anyone else wants to hear.
And basically by law, we're all equal as far as our political punch or legal punch. But
So do we want to change it or leave it?
I'd say we probably change it to that the council does it.
So council committees shall be appointed by the council. That's 6.1.1. And then the council shall designate the term of the committee. So change both references in 6.1.1 to the council from the mayor.
By the council, okay. I think we're all in agreement, right?
That's fine.
Did you want,
Councilmember, Kendrick, is that good with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
did you want to include the phrase with council ratification for the members appointed by the mayor?
Both then where the
Well-
mayor shall designate the term
So,
of the
so I
committee.
think what the city manager is referring to is 6.1.1. Looks like you have two options. It says council committee shall be appointed by the, and you can either leave it as mayor with council ratification, or you can simply change it from the mayor to the council.
But you're asking about the second sentence, correct?
Essentially, but I think we're rewriting potentially this, the first sentence.
Yeah, I
Um,
think the two references.
So the question is, does, if the council is creating committees, are they also appointing members as a body? Or alternatively, is that the mayor's, this is drafted to read that the mayor would appoint, and then Councilmember Krupa introduced the idea of with council ratification. So mayor essentially nominates, council ratifies members of committees. So distinguishing between the formation of a committee, which we've said is the council, then the question becomes how do the individual members get appointed? So the way it's drafted is the mayor would appoint those.
Hey, that's.
So we're changing that to council.
I'm okay with that because that, I think, simplifies or at least progresses the conversation. That if the mayor then says, you know, Jackie and Malcolm are going to be on this committee, and we all say, yep, then we've ratified. But if there's an objection, then we talk about it. So I think that part is still okay. Because you can read body language.
So you think leaving the mayor in there is okay?
On the
Yeah, as
second.
far as appointing,
Yeah, point.
yeah, the council will
good.
create, and then if the mayor appoints, then you can always disagree with the mayor.
And I think it's fair to say that the mayor listens to people's availability, their interest in various subject matter, things like that. And so those are considerations that I'm sure would come into play when the mayor is considering who to appoint. And that will be a topic for the December 10 council meeting.
I always look and say, who's interested or who.
You do,
yeah.
absolutely.
So,
So
Yeah, and by that vantage point, because you can look at everybody down the line, whereas somebody in the middle it's a vantage point. That's all I'm saying.
all right.
I want to make sure that the language we have up here is accurate, the way it reads.
But mayor council then. Or just.
No, I think it should say, appointed by the city council in the first line. And then committee members shall, we still have,
That one would be council only. It's gonna be mayor.
He has it struck.
there's a line.
Oh. okay,
Yeah,
I
you can't
see
really
that.
see it very
Yeah,
well.
okay.
I have mayor striked through and then we inserted council. And then
Both of them.
line 3 is council,
Okay.
strike through the mayor.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Section 7 is about appointments. 7.1 provides that the mayor would appoint members to positions with other governmental entities. That's been our past practice, but 7.2 is a little different than our past practice. So this introduces a concept of each commission seat shall be assigned a number 1 through 5 corresponding with each member's district. When a commission seat becomes vacant or in advance of the current term of an appointee expiring, the city clerk shall provide notice. The city clerk may group several vacant or expiring seats into one public notice. But there are essentially provisions where each member of the council would have an opportunity to appoint a person to that particular seat. And so think of the planning commission in that context, right? So each member of the city council would have an opportunity to have an appointee on the planning commission that comes from their district.
But
That's associated with the district, sorry.
Right, so the individual does not need to reside in the district or even in the city, because we do have some ability for sphere, but they would be associated with that council person. So essentially, each council person has the ability to nominate someone to each of these commissions, subject to ratification by the entire council.
And this goes on to indicate that the member of the council may conduct the interview themselves, right? They can go through their own process for interviewing people for those slots. That's
what
at the
if,
bottom of page 9 on 7.2.
what if the city council member's choice? And there's not another option.
So the requirement is that before the commissioner take their seat, they have to be ratified by the city council. So you could envision a situation where you had a council person who nominated someone who the majority of the council found very objectionable, and the council would refuse to ratify that appointment. In that case, the seat remains vacant until the council person nominates someone that the majority of the council is willing to appoint.
Okay.
My anticipation is that there would be a significant amount of deference and collegiality among the council in this process. However, you could certainly imagine a situation where you might have a majority of the council be against a specific individual's appointment.
And it has happened several times in the past,
It has.
and it
It's-
has been resolved, and, you know, there's always things that come up. But that's one of the things that hopefully the council member and department head or staff member, do their interviews and their recruiting, really dig into quality, and not personal favors.
Agreed.
I like this for another reason, and that in that it allows the appointee to feel more at ease in reaching out if they have an issue to the person who directly appointed them. And there's something further on, and it may be in this area where I need clarification on what constitutes a Brown Act violation when talking to commission members. Do we have the latitude to speak to 2 commission members without violating Brown Act?
Yes, so you are not a member of that legislative body.
Right?
So you are actually perfectly capable of speaking to as many members
Really?
of a board of commission as you'd like to. You cannot serve as an intermediary for a discussion between themselves. They can't use you to talk amongst each other, but you are perfectly capable to let your opinion be known to as many of them as
Shucks.
you'd like.
I've always used that as an excuse. I can't
Oh,
talk
I'm
to you
so
'cause I've
sorry.
talked to
Never
2
mind,
others.
except for Councilmember Krupa. She can only talk to 2.
Shucks. Okay. Well, we'll get to that too.
7.3 is voter approved language. So this is only able to be amended with changes by voters. And 7.4 has been the past practice of the city and may also be in the code, right?
Yes, so we do have some language here on our transactions and use tax ordinance. So there is some clarifying language here. There has been issues in the past on how to appoint people to the Measure U committee. The city council has tried many different ways to get there. The language you have here is pretty close to the process you used most recently. Which is that there will be applications. The council as a whole will interview each applicant. And each of you will then rank your choices. And the top ranked applicant of each council person will be deemed nominated. And so this addresses an issue we had a few years ago where we added up the preferences of the body. And we ended up where there were some individuals who were ranked very highly by one or two council members and very lowly by the rest. In this way, at least every council person has an opportunity for their top choice candidate to be considered. That doesn't mean that they're going to be appointed, just like on the previous section, but it does mean at least the top ranked nominee of each council person will be nominated.
I think it went pretty well last time too, so.
We've basically followed this because we thought it worked pretty well, but if you adopt this, then this will be the process. And then like Mark said, 7.4, we are dealing with the intersection between policy of the council and state law. But generally speaking, when vacancies have come up on the council has expressed a desire to at least attempt to fill the seat by appointment and avoid the cost of a special election. The ROV's costs seem to go up and up and up every election. So the idea here is to give you the maximum amount of time to at least consider those applications before. I can tell you, I've done similar language in a couple other jurisdictions recently. There are some differences that have been considered in those other places. One of them is the insertion of language that notwithstanding the above, the city council reserves the right to a direct appointment to the position. So, there could be circumstances where there's a very clear individual that makes sense. Sometimes it's the spouse of a deceased council person. That's been very common. Sometimes there's a front runner in the council's mind and they don't want to go through the process of interviewing a bunch of people and disappointing them. So just make the direct appointment. So food for thought here. If you do adopt this, this is the process that you will go through. If you want to keep the ability to, and the other thing is also just immediately call a special election.
Yeah, I see that in
There could be a circumstance where you're just like, you know what? I know how this is going to go. We're going to sit here for 2 hours. We're going to interview a bunch of well-meaning individuals, and then we're going to call a special election anyway.
I don't know why this reminds me of 2021, but
I don't
it does.
I'm trying not to trigger anybody at the dais or give them flashbacks. But it's worth considering if you want to make sure that you have that language where you could just say, you know what, we're calling a special election. We're not going to bother.
Just for continuity on number 8, I see we have council members. We've got council member as one word, and then we've got the council. 8.1, 2, and 3.
Looks like we missed that section on our members cleanup. We could, as part of the direction, get authority for the city manager or city clerk to correct all references to council members, to make sure that it is members.
Consistent.
That honestly, that internal consistency of that term has been the bane of, was my existence, but now it's the city manager's existence because he took over this one. It's rough.
So section 8 is new language that was introduced to this document. It's really it inserts attributes of what we would call highly effective city councils, right? So this is very good information to review when we have those types of annual governance meetings or semi-annual governance meetings with the city council, but also with our boards, committees, and commissions. So these are attributes and traits that we aspire to in the conduct of our meetings, and they set a good example for our community and for the youth of our community as they learn about the work of local government.
I have a question on 814. Being on the business ad hoc, I go to a lot of Chamber of Commerce ribbon cuttings and such. And we often take Ben with us, the economic development manager.
That's his
I don't
job.
notify the city council that's Ben's coming to the ribbon cutting.
Shame on you.
I mean, to what extent should we follow this? I mean, that's a pretty routine thing. Ben's at almost all of them now.
Yeah, but most of them are for new businesses anyways, opening or
But it
ribbon
just
cuttings.
says, if
And
we
he-
do something, we're supposed to notify
And
everybody.
he is our economic,
That's his job description.
yeah. That's what I.
fact,
So that's
feel.
okay?
I would think so, yeah.
Most of our department heads should be going to chamber meetings because it's a good outreach for the city as a whole, really good face for the city. Not wanting to put any more work on them, but it is a social thing and it really cultivates better relationships between the businesses and City Hall.
It's just
I,
It should have for the exception of our economics.
I think Carol has
Carol
something.
has
no,
something.
I agree. Actually, I was at a chamber breakfast this morning and one on Friday for cities that are adjacent to my place of employment. And it is extremely beneficial to know what our neighbors are doing, know what our community's doing. The chambers are beneficial. So I would not just, maybe look out to other ones that, have an impact on our area.
Yeah, don't want to make it mandatory in in their contracts, but it's really a good use of their time to.
So is
Yes.
it okay as written then?
City manager, I don't think we have to notify. I mean, but that says what? Because we don't disclose to anybody until afterwards that we have been done, but if city staff is there, I don't think, well, let me put it this way when we get into it. Are we duty bound to, or does the staff person have to clarify and ask permission of the city manager to go to these events?
If you're interested in having someone attend, I'm comfortable that they'll let me know that they're planning to attend in a meeting with you. We could adjust this language by adding the phrase, I would suggest adding the word courtesy before notice. Provide courtesy notice if requested. We could add the phrase if requested. So we're happy to join you at those types of meetings. I think it's helpful too, to be aware of what's happening with our neighbors, et cetera, and to be in dialogue with staff and council and other communities. It's one of the reasons that we're inviting our neighbors and friends to the cookie party on December 5th. We want to encourage that type of communication. Would those edits be helpful if we added courtesy to notice and if requested
Where would you put courtesy at?
right before notice? Provide courtesy notice to just
We
kind of
still don't do that.
downplay the formality of the notice.
Do we
And
really
staff-
need that?
And then staff needs to know that we're going to be asking them to do stuff.
Alternatively, you could strike,
But we're saying you have to notify the other council members.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh, well, I don't think you have to notify.
that's
council
what it says.
Well, but what if, like, I've asked for this for like council updates, that just come to the city council that are updates from each department. That the city manager can compile where it updates everyone on, Ben could do his updates on all the things that occurred and that goes out to all of the council and we're notified that way.
That, not to add more work to anybody's schedule, but, having that type of a report from the city manager at each meeting, that these department heads attended these types of meetings out in the community. I mean, especially chamber meetings. I know I see the body language, but it's so important that people understand that not only do they have a 40-hour work week, most of the time they have a 50 to 60-hour work week, and they do attend things in the public.
Right.
And I've just offhand said to, whether police, fire, anybody at City Hall, this public meeting is going on and you really should be there. Not saying you have to be there, but you really should be there. And most of the time somebody shows up and says, thank you. I really needed to be there because I heard things that from the public that I wouldn't have otherwise heard and made connections that were extremely valuable. So I think and I understand it's difficult. We don't get paid for what we do, for the hours we put in. But it's so important to create a positive link between city staff and the people that we're serving.
Okay, so my question on this is
Go
that
back to
we
semantics here.
that we shall provide notice of such programs or events to all council members. Is that before the fact or after the fact?
so typically, I think this speaks to a situation where one council member may learn about some learning, maybe it's a conference, maybe it's a program or a specific meeting, and it potentially may be of interest to all of you. Right. So our typical process in our office is to share that invitation, share notice of that with all of the council. So I will often ask Brenda to essentially share that with all of the council members. This is something that one is attending or maybe interested in attending. Let's make sure that all are available in it and aware of the opportunity. I think it's that kind of context. It's the business practice that we follow today to try to let you know about events and programs that happen. We're not going to get it right 100% of the time. We try to default to sharing it with everybody.
And public employees also?
Well, I think this is in the context of council members who plan or appear at programs or events which involve the use of city staff or resources shall provide notice of such programs or events to all council members. So I think what we're trying to lean toward here is making sure that if one council member is aware of something that's, that city staff are at, that all council members have awareness of that opportunity.
Okay. I take it and I interpret it differently.
Okay.
Oh.
Do you think we need to adjust some of the language?
I interpret it the same way you do. Because it says
Okay.
which involve the use of city staff or resources shall provide notice of such programs or events to all council members. So I'm taking it the same way.
So that's why I say, is it before the fact or after the fact? Because we all give our little reports and everything and say what we do. But if you think it's just to let everybody know about an event happening, then it needs to be more clear to say that it's going to be before the event and not after, or just a general.
Okay, I could think of a couple instances where that has happened. And I mean, if I have the city manager speak at our Rotary Club, I should announce to the council that next week, city manager is going to be speaking to our Rotary Club and you're all invited. That type of thing? Okay, and well, that clarifies, because that would be the use of city staff.
And that would be before the fact.
That would be for the fact.
It
so that
defaults
So
here as
then we
before.
probably,
Come.
if that's your intention on there, then we should say
Yeah.
something prior to an event.
Because wouldn't that be about the only, I mean, because chamber meetings, that doesn't involve staff time.
Well, well, it does. I
Does
mean, it
if they
takes Ben
attend.
away from his regular, seeing businesses and, trying to
They're
get new
usually
business.
after work hours.
What's that?
That's after work hours.
No, I mean, like today we had a ribbon cutting. He was there at noon.
Oh, well, that's,
And he does that often now.
yes, he does, and as he should.
Yeah.
He should be.
That's a
all
job description.
businesses that
So that's what I was saying. I mean, he's everywhere, so it's like, okay, really, do I have to tell you that he's going to be at a ribbon cutting at
Yeah.
noon? So it's the prior.
It's prior to. The intent is prior. So that everyone has the same awareness of the opportunity, whatever it is.
And you all get ribbon cutting announcements and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I would say, should we insert prior to it?
Can I pitch language?
Sure, pitch.
Council members who request the use of city staff or resources for programs or events shall provide prior notice of these programs or events to all other members. And so it's only when the member is actually requesting the city staff or resources. So if you go to a meeting and Ben's there, there's no obligation for you to notify. He was there already. But if you are asking the city manager to come speak, or you're asking the city manager to provide a staff person to come speak, then at that point you now have, and that's the way you're doing something affirmative. And so the triggering for the notice occurs at the same time. Does that make
I'm
sense?
good with that.
I'm good
kind
with
of-
that.
That's acceptable if you email using your computer, not your phone, the city clerk.
Okay,
So we can capture that on the written notice here.
emailing now.
Do you want to, or he's emailing? Okay. All right. Item or section 9 here really refers to the city council, city manager relationship. So council manager form of government. We talked a lot about this in our governance meeting. We talked about examples of how to communicate with staff and how different city managers in different cities operate. I'm very comfortable with you seeking questions and clarification direct to staff. It's always nice to work through the department heads so the department heads are aware of what the question is that's being asked in their specific discipline. It's the distinction here is directing. And so if there's an interest in having something taken care of, it's recommended that we work through the city manager so that I can resource those people to address whatever the concern or issue is. And sometimes I may have a staff member on a special assignment on a deadline. I may know that they have a large plate full of time-sensitive issues. And while they want to be respectful and responsive to a council member, I may have a person available to help with whatever the situation would be. So section 9 here speaks to that and reinforces it. And when we have our governance meeting, we'll bring forward and share again some of the documents I've shared before, which I think that reinforce the language that we have in section 9. There's also a reference to the city attorney if you want to comment on anything in 9.8.
I did just want to reference that this is the current practice with the city attorney anyway. So you are all welcome to request legal advice on any matter before you, if we do get to the situation where there is a request that will require a significant amount of legal research and resources. It may be the kind of thing that we want to bring to the council to direct that item be looked at. I've never encountered that with this council, but again, we're not, if there'd be no reason to have any rules if everything went smoothly all the time, right?
And I'm sensing we're ready for section 10. Is that right?
I'm good with 10.
So 10 is very helpful because it essentially conveys the council's expectations to your appointed committee members, board members, commission members, and this is useful. This is information that we would share with them in a governance type meeting. So we're looking forward to scheduling a governance meeting with our planning commission soon. We know we had a recently appointed individual. We're planning to have that governance meeting after our warehouse discussion, which we're considering sometime in the next month or two, right? We'll talk more about that later tonight.
I have are we on to 11?
Yeah, I'm on 11.
I have a question on, I guess it would be 11.3. There are instances where individual council members are asked either for letters of recommendation or letters of support for other agencies going for grants. How does that work? City letterhead, not city letterhead? Because they're asking, they would be asking us because of our position.
Is that
there-
a city grant that they're pursuing, or is that a city, or is it a external organization grant?
External. But there are times when external people and even staff will ask for a recommendation. have done that in the past on my personal letterhead.
So I've advised other council members on this exact issue. My recommendation had been there has to be a nexus to the city and official city functions for the use of city letterhead. So if you were, for example, you had a young person who wanted a letter of recommendation, if they had served in the mayor mentees program, that makes sense, right? There was a nexus to the city's operations for that recommendation. If it is just a neighbor's kid,
Right.
There's really no nexus to the city. You can still identify yourself as a council person, but you should probably use your own personal letterhead. I'd recommend the same thing for grants. If there is a nexus to a city operation or a city goal, if it is a organization that is serving the residents of the city in a way that benefits, the city's overall mission, then that would seem to make sense. If it's outside the city, they don't serve city residents, there's no nexus to the city, then I'd recommend using your personal correspondence. That's been the advice I've given your colleagues. And it seems like it's worked out pretty well so far.
That's a good explanation.
In section 11, I want to draw your attention to 11.5. There's a reference to your adopted legislative platform. So we did change from draft 1 to draft 2. You'll remember that when we just updated the most recent version of that, we described that as a biannual legislative platform. So we made that change here, but it refers in that document itself to defaulting to the mayor for signature of letters of support if it's in alignment with what that legislative platform says. In section 11.7 here, we do have a reference to urgency matters. So from a legislative perspective, we've already reinforced that in the legislative platform. I think there are other occasional situations where there may be an urgency issue where this language speaks to authorizing the mayor to or city manager to secure the mayor's signature with copies being provided to the full council. And it's fair to say, I think those come up occasionally during a year. There may be a couple of instances in a single year where that might happen.
We go to 11.4. I don't understand that one at all. If it's personal communication, staff should not be doing anything with it. And it shouldn't be going through the city.
You're on
Correct.
11.4?
11.4. Personal correspondence is just that, personal correspondence. Is this something other than the nexus you were just
Yeah, so this
you were
would be
just
something,
talking
so
about?
this would be, for example, if you did have a neighbor who said, could you write a letter of recommendation for my child? They don't have any nexus. They didn't go through the mayor mentees program or work at the city or volunteer at the city or something like that. This would allow the use, basically there's a de minimis use of paper and an envelope that doesn't have the city seal or indicia on it.
Okay,
It's one of those, that one has been in this protocol since the beginning.
yeah,
But it's something you could remove it if you wanted to. The thought process is that it is a relatively minor de minimis use of city resources for that kind of thing. However, you could simply strike it out. The first sentence, if you take the first sentence out, it makes it really clear that personal correspondence is entirely sent at the personal expense of the council person. You can put it in the city's mailbox. You have to put a stamp on it.
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know, I read that and I was going, yeah, but that's, if it's personal, it's personal. It doesn't belong anyplace at City Hall or with city staff or city paper or city envelopes or city anything.
Do you want to take it out?
I would just as soon take that whole paragraph.
We could take it out.
I think if you were going to make it clear, I mean, I think that the language of the remainder of that paragraph is very clear that anything you are doing for personal correspondence at your own expense, I would recommend simply striking the first sentence, which is the one that allows for the use of non-logo
Okay.
stationery.
Yeah.
The remainder of it makes it really clear that this is at your personal expense.
That would be good.
That would work. Yeah. I think we need to be real clear on that.
We're only removing the first sentence. You have two sentences there. Right.
Just the first sentence.
Makes sense with all that out of there.
Section
And then we're
12.
gonna fix like all the council members and stuff, right?
Right. I'm circling as we are going. I see at the right before 11.4, there's another council member reference.
I saw that.
So section 12 relates to use of city personnel, equipment, or resources. This does happen from time to time. It's helpful to have an approved policy, so it's easier to say no. Sometimes I can tell you a funny story about a tractor and a horse, and I don't want to repeat that again in another city, but you want to say that with respect to 12.3.2, this is on the next page. We do try to if there's an opportunity to avoid sending a new public records request to the city clerk, our business practice internally is to try to get those questions answered at a staff level and provide the information and not have our staff refer customers exclusively to the city clerk,
He's shaking
who
his
already
head.
has, I believe, at the moment, 27 active public records requests that they're working on. The number goes up and down a lot.
That's correct.
But we try not to create unnecessary work when we can simply provide that information at the staff level. Section 13, I'm sure we'll have a little bit of dialogue on, but this is reinforces that the mayor, part of their role is to serve as the council's ceremonial representative, which means lots of late nights and dinners, right, Mayor?
Can we change the last portion of the sentence? Instead of council member shall, or the longest serving council member, put council member Krupa on there?
No. No.
It was a joke, I'm sorry.
I think we can remove that completely. Somebody can volunteer.
Are you suggesting striking that sentence?
Oh, okay. You mean-
What are you saying,
Or,
Linda?
or putting in if the mayor pro tem isn't available, find somebody to do it.
Yeah, and available maybe council member.
Unavailable. There,
Ro- And with the consensus of the council, I mean, our council is gonna change slightly next month, so I do want to make sure that we're sending the appropriate person, so I would hope that, it's something that's being thoughtful on who would assume that responsibility.
Would we actually hold a public hearing for something like this?
No.
No, that's true.
I think we should strike that.
where do you see public hearing?
In 13.2, about halfway down. To determine if it's merits.
.2.
I would say we just end it to determine merit and then strike the public hearing part of it. right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that a public hearing type thing would be maybe beneficial if it was in the renaming of a building or something like that, or naming a building after someone.
I think,
But this is
I think it's
just in,
addressed later
this
in
is
here somewhere.
residents and other worthy persons. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
What we're doing, we're striking it out.
What I understand is if we remove that entire sentence, that's the council's will here.
Well, I think it's okay up to determine merit. I mean, if we really want to ask,
Yeah. And then
and then just strike or
Strike
if
the-
desirable to the end.
next line.
We're going to follow the screen here and make sure we capture just the first half of that sentence. No, we're deleting
Merit,
the
and
second.
after merit.
We're deleting the second half of the sentence.
Yep, that's right.
In the next section, there is a reference to ceremonial items being presented at city council meetings shall be limited to a maximum of 3 presentations. And I want to make sure we're clear on what our council's expectations are.
What does that mean? Because there's some that are
So-
given annually.
So we have a past practice of bringing forward at the beginning of a calendar year, a list of proclamations that would be adopted. But occasionally council members will be approached by people or organizations to consider a proclamation at a council meeting for something else. And so what we've developed as a current practice is to request that the mayor personally approve all of those, that they run through the mayor for consideration. This language is different. This language would limit those to 3. We can still, I think the past practice of identifying these at the beginning of the year is a good one. The challenge is if something comes up and we want to issue, the council has an interest in recognizing the volleyball team at Tockwitz High School for winning a state championship. And it's a proclamation. And we already have 3 approved that night in January. Do we have any flexibility to add this on? Can we defer to the language in another section here that the city manager can add something to the agenda or the mayor can add something to the agenda? Or do we want to insist on a really, just a limit to the 3? I assume that in situations like that, you would allow us to, there are going to be situations where some form of proclamation could be added. I think the intent here is to limit the number on a consistent basis. And so it would be an exception to go beyond 3, not the rule to go beyond 3, not the continuous practice.
And then again, the mayor would approve that, correct?
Well, I think our past practice is that the council would approve at the beginning of the year. And I'm comfortable with that. I think that's a healthy practice. It gives us some opportunity to plan ahead. And what we're planning to do in January is bring you a report that shows you, here's what was in last year's document. Here's what we actually brought. Which of these 3 to 6 items, let's say in each individual meeting, would you like to include in the 2025 calendar year? Or if we didn't do that event, if we did not take that action in January, the alternative would be we would still have that information, we would probably work with the mayor, whoever that is, to prioritize the three that are listed, or up to three proclamations that we would bring at any given meeting.
But if we wanted to add a fourth one, would that be up to the mayor then in this line?
Well,
There are times that you probably will. I mean, that's a good example that if there's already quote 3 on there and one of the high schools or some student does something terrific, or a person out in the public does something that needs to be recognized, that needs to be a decision that's left to the city manager and the mayor.
Yeah, I think we should probably add that there might be an exception there. Yeah, see, a lot of you know I have heartburn with this. So in January, we have a resolution that we agree to, and it's in writing, and it says what we're going to present. And we have had like 6 or 8 sometimes, I think.
Yep.
And we are breaking our own resolution. So why even have a resolution in January if we're not going to abide by it? I mean, I'm a stickler for rules, you know? So if we do 3, we'll pick out the top priorities. Maybe we can rotate them. I mean, because you have all these different organizations, you know, like lung disease and diabetes and
Everything.
you know, save the trees, you know, whatever.
They're good.
Whatever, you know, and I mean, it's important to those people that are in it, but sometimes there's just too many. And I mean, we take like a half hour, 45 minutes just for all of that, you know, so maybe we can rotate them from year to year. I don't know. So,
More creative.
but I am in favor of 3 presentations, and an exception would be
Have to be approved by.
would be approved by the mayor. Yeah, Linda, right here in F, it says of the building.
Oh, okay. Yes. That's a different one.
Yeah, that's different, yeah.
And I have a question on 13.3. There are times we are invited specifically because we are council members. But I can guarantee, I don't like to guarantee stuff, that they know that when we're there, we are there as an individual council member and not representing the entire council. So I think that's good information on there, but it's something that we all need to know. I mean, when we talk out in public, we're talking for our own personal opinions, unless we are talking about a council decision as a whole. But any other communication that we have when we're out, it's our personal opinion. It's not a council opinion unless it's already been voted on. I think that's more clarification just for us as council people than it probably is for anybody else.
Okay, as you close out 13 and begin 14, we have a total of 17. Number 17 is just one paragraph. So the next section is ethical decision making, and I will note for the record that we need to update the pages numbers because I think we added a couple of attachments and it threw the page numbering off. But this is actually page 28 at the bottom here, page of section 14. So you'll find a lot of city council protocols will have and incorporate language related to ethics or ethical decision making, and that. So what you see here is not unlike what you'll see in other communities. If we look at other city councils in different communities, you'll see similar guidance, and this is really again a opportunity for helping our boards and commissions also understand the ethics associated with their role. And there are some specific notes here with respect to gifts and campaign contributions. And there are obviously additional rules related to that that we cover when we orient board members and committee members to their seats.
And in regards to 14.2.10, Governor Newsom did sign legislation effective January 1 of 2025. So it doesn't affect this campaign, but that the annual 250 limits has been increased to 500. So that'll go into effect, I guess, next time, in 2026.
In that same section, it refers to the 20,000 square feet as well. And development projects, so if we can have that match the earlier discussion. One thing that's done in the jurisdiction that I work for is any projects that go forward to city council, the developer has to fill out a form regarding the Levine Act. And it's part of the attachment. I don't know how the council would feel about that, but I think that it, to be transparent, I would think it's a good idea, but I will defer to my colleagues.
What we may want to do on 14.2.10 is simply say, no member shall participate in any decision or action where such participation is prohibited by Government Code Section 84308. Only because if we put too many of the specifics from the version of the statute and the version of the regulations that exist, I think that statute and those regulations are going to get changed over the next couple of years. Even now, you talked about the contribution limit going up. It may be simpler simply to reiterate that section is applicable here. I've had too many instances where cities have copy and pasted from state law, and then that language gets out of date, and now we have conflicting requirements for council members. Something to think about on 14.2.10.
Well, then, I mean, for everyone that's run in this election, I mean, we should be looking at where our donations have come from. And does that, I mean, would there be disclosure if it's a consultant of a developer?
So the language of 84308 does broadly define as well as the regulations that support it to include contractors, council member. However, if we look at the actual FPPC guidance on this, it requires actual knowledge on behalf of the officer, so the council person. I can give more detailed advice if you have specific questions in mind. But I think the thing is, once they applied the Levine Act to city councils, I think that a lot of the issues with that statute and those regulations came to light. And they've been trying desperately to get them up to date over the last 2 years.
So as far as the dollar amount goes, we don't even really have to have the dollar amount in there, do we?
I'd recommend that you not have the specific dollar amount because it is subject to change.
Yeah. They received a campaign contribution. It doesn't really matter how much.
So I want to clarify with respect to the reference to the government code section, was it your recommendation that we strike all of this and summarize, including the examples?
So yeah, so my recommendation was on this specific one, it may be better to strike the entire section and simply say, no member shall participate in any city decision or action where such participation is prohibited by Government Code Section 84308. And then you could perhaps put in parentheses the Levine Act, just so that everybody knows what we're talking about. That's a recommendation. I don't know if I heard any support from the council for that.
I don't have a problem with that. It's then the notice, and I know other agencies and especially county agencies that any agenda item that has a contract that is going to be approved has the disclaimer and the, whatever, two form, well, it lists all of the contracts that are in that particular agenda and the disclaimer, and if you have to police yourself if you have connections or campaign contributions to from any of the entities that you're approving a contract for, then you have to recuse yourself on your own. But there's a notice attached to the agenda that these are the contracts that are being approved in this agenda. And if you have a problem or a connection to it, you have to you have to fill out the form and publicly recuse yourself from the thing. So there's a notice, a separate sheet basically attached to the agenda with contracts.
So, recommendations we've given to our clients in the past is, and I actually just looked it up in another city's agenda. They have a Levine Act, disclosure requirement. It's usually put at the end of the agenda, and it requires that any applicant or other person representing an applicant, who knows or has reason to know of a campaign disclosure has to, ensure that that has been, disclosed to the city prior to the hearing. Additionally, as council member Kendrick indicated, a lot of our clients are including in applications
Right.
a notice to all applicants. You are subject to this, and you need to affirmatively disclose if you make campaign contributions, as well as a request that they identify any that they've made as of that day. And notice that they have a continuing obligation to make that disclosure, essentially putting a significant amount of that compliance work on the applicants because they're the ones in the best position to know. Typically, unless it comes up in the conversation, I know many members of city council, they didn't know. They didn't know that this person is working as an engineering consultant for this development over
Right.
here because that didn't come up in the conversation that they had. And so I think that Councilmember Kendrick's statements is well taken. Both that initial disclosure on RFPs and on land use applications, as well as a city council agenda language disclosure, both are best practices in this area, and we should look at implementing those.
I think that's a great idea. So are we going to strike all of that other verbiage?
The examples? Yeah.
Yes.
Because the thing to note is that that language was put in before the Levine Act was applied to city council. So the city council, when it originally was looking at this, was contemplating adopting the Levine Act for itself. But now it is, so.
Okay, the next section here, section 15, I think I struggled a little bit as I was looking at this document because we were sorting through a lot of probably different versions of similar language. I saw some relationship with section 9 and a little bit of overlap with 15. There was a lot more overlap before we landed on this draft. But if you have concerns about that, we can always adjust down the road. But I do want to point out there's a little bit of a small amount of redundancy in section 15. But it speaks to, again, the council manager relationship and the work and how that impacts communication with employees, which is more of what that prior section refers to.
What does the 15.3.1 actually mean?
responses?
Who are the members of the same category?
Yeah, the phrase of the same category, I would assume, would essentially mean council members most of the time. If we're extending it to boards and commissions, I would expect that would also mean that board or committee. But there will sometimes be questions that a council member asks and we'll want to provide the answer, obviously to the council member, but it's obvious that if every council member had the same information, it would be very valuable to them. So sometimes we will take information that originates from a single council member and then compile that and share it with all of the council members. So I think that's what this is, alluding to. But I think it is a bit confusing when we reference this phrase of the same category.
I think one of
I
the
would
things
take that
that
out.
was discussed was, for example, you have council subcommittees, so investment oversight, for example. There may be a situation where you want to share it with all the members of the committee as opposed to the council as a whole. But I think that was the intent in that language. However, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't just provide it to the entire council if you're doing that.
Okay.
I think sometimes we have there may be a situation where a council member says, I think this would be great information to share with everybody, and we will share that with all council members at their request.
And then for continuity, 15.2.1, it should be directed by the city council.
Yeah, they have to clean those up, yeah.
Thank you, Malcolm. So back to 15.3.1, the phrase of the same category. Do we want to strike that or leave that in? Or adjust it?
Well, this is all the city council protocol, so I don't think we really need to say to members of the same category and then example. So I would just say, okay.
To all members.
Responses to members. If I to.
All members and that's it.
Yeah, you could just say to all council members. And then just strike members of the same category and most of the parentheses.
I think that reads cleaner.
Yeah, that's good. Yep.
In 15.3.2, you can strike of the same category in the last sentence there too.
Yeah.
Do you want them to add council in front of members like you did in 15.3.1?
Yeah, that
To be
could be good.
consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
So section 16 speaks to enforcement provisions related to the protocols. 17 is, and there's a reference to Appendix F, which is the admonition and censor policy. So that's incorporated as an appendix here.
Can I bring up something that's not addressed in here?
Oh, reiterate that, please.
I'm going to delay us some more. One of the things we haven't addressed, and this is open for discussion, is we have put out the protocols and the duties and the how we do a whole lot of things. What we haven't touched on is how we select the mayor. Do we need to address that? Do we not need to address that? Some cities have it written in firm, so firm that it's crazy. Others, and it's always been a loose policy that, you know, in the city of Hemet, that it is a rotation basis and everyone deserves the opportunity to be the mayor. Everyone has the opportunity to decline being the mayor. So is that something we need to put in writing? Do we need to just ignore it completely?
I've worked in both environments, and I can say to you both work. And I think it depends on the preference of the council. If you have some form of language, typically what that language is going to look like is some deference to amount of time served on the council. So there'll be deference to people that have been on the council longer than others who have not served as mayor. And if a person has served as mayor, they would essentially wait until another person has served as mayor. You know, all of the members have served as mayor before, and it also provides an exception for people to pass if they're offered the opportunity to serve as mayor in the rotation. They would have a choice to either pass on that or accept that rotation. That's what a policy would typically look like.
I would
And-
say that's going to be a whole other discussion item and that we can make an addendum to this maybe.
And that can be treated as a separate policy that's developed at whatever time it's needed and incorporated at a later date into a document like this.
Yeah, you know, and I agree. I'm bringing it up because I have
Good
been
idea.
asked by several people, and what is your policy? And it's like, yeah, just kind of throw things up in the air, and however it lands, you know. If somebody wants to be, nobody else wants to be, that's fine. If somebody wants to be, okay, then, you know, that's okay too. So, but everybody, you know, as I said, everybody should be provided with the opportunity to be mayor, and everyone should have the opportunity to refuse to be mayor. It's that simple.
So I'll echo the city manager. I have actually written policies in the last 12 months, both ways. So one is very simple. Each year during the month of December, the city council shall appoint one of its members as mayor and one of its members as mayor pro tem for the following calendar year. End of policy. So that's one. The other one is a 3-page document that goes step by step with relative
One.
priorities.
One.
And so, and both work for those communities for different reasons. One community, you know, we were talking about whether the mayor creates committees or appoints to committees, et cetera. And the mayor mentioned, well, what happens if the mayor starts doing things that the council doesn't want? So in the example I just gave you, in addition to very simple language about how the mayor is appointed, they also have language that And the mayor can be removed at any time by a majority vote of the council, and someone else can appoint them. So that's how you deal with the tension of a potential tyrannical mayor. In the other community, like I said, they have they have a formulaic version, you know, how long have you been on the council? And then you are the mayor pro tem, and then you are the mayor the next year. But in that city, the mayor has absolutely zero discretion because the council doesn't decide who that individual is. And so everything goes back to the council. So it's sort of the kind of the culture of the council, how you want to do it. But you can do both.
I think it's another discussion.
I think it's another discussion too. And can we be privy to your 3-page document and your 2 sentences?
I'll send those to the
And-
council.
And any others that you may have?
And I'm sure the city manager has some examples from other
I don't
communities.
think
he's
you have
worked on
enough
as well.
disk space for all the stuff he has.
So we've made a lot of adjustments to this. We've taken notes, tracked changes. I have references to time where we may double check a couple of locations of inserted or adjusted language. But if the council feels comfortable, now would be an appropriate time to make a motion. And then we would produce the final document for you upon approval.
I will. make-
Mark,
Go ahead, Carol.
so I was traveling when the revised one came through, but I didn't see Appendix D in what was published.
Oh, let me refer to both of those. One was Rosenberg's rules. So there's a reference to Rosenberg's rules, and the second was
Reimbursement policy. Reimbursement policy.
the council reimbursement policy, which you approved earlier this year, which we essentially included the resolution in the policy. That was the second. But I do want to reference a couple of other very minor adjustments. Carol, in section, let's see, section 13.2F, there was an incorrect reference to the Infrastructure Commission, and we changed that to Planning Commission. And then in section 3.2.1, we struck, we kept the first sentence, but struck the rest of the paragraph, which reads, content may be changed after submission at the discretion of the city. The matter shall then be scheduled for an upcoming city council meeting for approval and may thereafter be presented by the mayor at a council meeting or an event, or be picked up and mailed. In the event that the mayor is unable to attend an event, the mayor pro tem or member may attend on behalf of the council. This was in the context, I believe, of proclamations. And we tried to create essentially more flexibility there.
Thank you.
So I will make a motion that we approve with final copy to come back to us, all of the changes that we have done tonight and all of the attachments, and bring it back to us for final approval.
I'll second it.
Going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Good work.
Now we can adjourn, correct?
Recess.
Or recess, okay. Okay, now we will recess for lunch, dinner, whatever it is, and we'll be back for the regular meeting. Ah, Okay. Ah,
No, I just said, I said to,
Wait, let me turn it off. Yeah. Done. Good evening. I would like to call the November 12th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear you. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa, Councilmember Lilienthal,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson, Mayor Males.
Here.
And Mayor, I just wanted to note for the record that the council did vote on Councilmember Kendrick's request to participate remotely under the Just Cause found under Government Code 54-953. I wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you, sir. Okay. The invocation will be by the pastor Jesse Caron from Living Way Church, after which council member Malcolm Lilienthal will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Heavenly Father,
No.
our Heavenly Father, we just thank you for another day of life. We count it a privilege that we can call to you and come to your throne boldly. We ask you to show up tonight, to make your presence here. We thank you for the liberties that we have in you and the liberties we have in this country because of the men and women who fought on our behalf. Lord, we ask you to go before us, and we pray this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Please recite the pledge with me. Ready, begin.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand and if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you're commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda. But first of all, I'd like to state that all items, public comments on 16A warehouse item will be taken after the consent calendar item is complete. All other public comments are welcome now. Anything to do with a warehouse will be taken after 16A has been complete.
Thank you, Mayor. First person is Diana Martinez. The next speaker is Martha. If you could please line up.
Thank you, Diana. Princess Diana.
Good evening. Is this on? Okay, thank you. My name is Diana Martinez. I am from the Elks Lodge. I have been a chairman of the board there for the past 11 years. And I'm just retiring, but I did not want to retire before talking to you all of something that we're very proud that we do, and that is our bingo. Our bingo money goes to our charities here locally. Number one and foremost important to us is to the canines for the police department. Then we have KinCare, very big for those of you that know what KinCare is. Those are the kids that are taken from their parents for one reason or the other, and they go to next of kin, which can't always afford the child. So we help that as well. Salvation Army, the food pantry, our money goes all out to this community. One of the interference we are having at this time is illegal bingo games. We went through the police department, did our background checks, did everything that was required. After that, we went over to the city and got our city license. Easy process, above board, excellent, not one complaint. The complaint I'm having are we have 2 illegal bingo players that is a business. They keep the monies for themselves. It doesn't go to charity or our community. They're now doing them on the days that we do ours. And I understand they also do it on the same day as the Legion as well. Takes away the monies from us that we can contribute to the community. I do understand that you have been very generous to offer us a code enforcer. Code enforcer is not going to do it. It's the police department that needs to go to these addresses and close them down until they go through the right process. It's a charitable thing that we do, and I hate to see money taken away from our city when we need it for our charities. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Mayor, with your permission, can I hand the speaker my card?
Yes, sir. Martha with no last name.
Next speaker is Deidre Hampton. Please sign up.
You want to lift the mic to? Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Yes. Good evening. We're coming back here again because we still have some issues with the restraining order that police refuse to enforce it. Several times we've been calling the DA's office. None of the reports has been filed. They've been, police officers, they've been giving us fake names. They laugh about us. They play silly games with us every time. We have several occasions that specifically one officer has been harassing us about the restraining orders. We're tired of this situation. These people, they're here to protect us, and they're not doing it. They act like a gang. They misconduct all the time with us, and they laugh about us. We need a solution because my mother is afraid because these people keep harassing day and night. They do drugs day and night. They park in front of our house day and night, and they do drugs, and minors as well. I've been reporting this several times. Police, they don't want to do it. Other offices, like the sheriff department, they're helping us. They filed several complaints and several reports. Police, Hemet police, none. They're here to protect us, and they are refuses to do it. We need a solution now, because this situation can't continue anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Numbers on here. I'll give you a call. Oh,
You guys, it's me and Deidre
Deidre
Hampton.
Hampton,
I'm
okay.
back. I
Next
have the
speaker is Richie, sorry, Ms. Hampton. The next speaker is Richie Lacasso. Please sign up. Sorry, Ms. Hampton.
I have the nonprofit. I house the homeless and mentally ill. A lot of you council members have been seeing me out at events, and you come up to me and you speak to me. I want to tell you, thank you so much, because you're the ones that's been telling me you're going to help me out a lot. I want to say thank you just for even recognizing me. I really, really want to say thank you so much. I came before asking for donations so we can get the waterproof sleeping bags for the homeless. It's going to start raining now, and the sleeping bags will help, so when they zip up at night, they won't get so soaking wet. And then they turn into backpacks, so they don't have to drag wet blankets and stuff through the rain or the dirt. So if you guys would be interested in working with me so we can get those sleeping bags out for the homeless, I would really appreciate that, okay? Thank you guys very much.
thank you.
Next speaker is Mick
Sobchak.
Subject.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor,
Good, sir.
city council members? I personally know three of you up there. So I'm Mick Sobchak. I'm the commander of the American Legion Post, and I'm going to piggyback on this bingo issue. American Legion, we hold bingo Mondays and Tuesday nights. The money we make from that goes to help veterans in needs. We have a fund that helps local Hemet residents in need. We also use the funds for a thing called Boys State, where we send 6 boys or girls up to Sacramento, and they get a 1-week crash course in civics, from making laws, becoming mayors, police officers, governors. And the 2 that graduate from there go to Washington, D.C. to do it. Bill Clinton is a graduate of Boys State. Michael Jordan is a graduate of Boys State. That is how important this program is. The other program we use it for is oratorical, where we go with high school students and we teach them about the Constitution, and they give a 10-minute speech on the Constitution and can earn up to $44,000 in tuition fees and scholarships through the American Legion up through the national organization. With these bingos running illegal bingos, and there's one at Casa del Sol, and from what I was told, the same lady is opening up one at Sierra Dawn. And they're competing with us. They're taking money away from the charities, from the Elks and from us. And this is hurting the community. It's hurting the veterans, and it's hurting the youth who are our future. and something needs to be done about this. And I can provide, well, actually, I'll have to give you part of this because the other one I have to deal with Riverside County because they're illegal in Winchester. And the last thing is shameless plug. Every Friday night we do a dinner from 5 to 7. We got Sloppy Joe's this Friday with tater tots, apple pie, ice cream for the low price of $12 from 5 to 7. The following week is Meatloaf by our auxiliary, and you need reservations for that. It's so famous. So American Legion Post 53 on Facebook. You'll see our flyers, and it's open to the public. You don't have to be a veteran to attend this. And the money that we make selling these dinners also helps with the programs that I just mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that's it?
It.
That's it? Okay, great, great, great.
All Business Saturday.
Do we have any Zoom comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time to raise your hand on the Zoom call. So we'll give you just a few brief moments. If you'd like to participate in general public comment, now is that time. Any items for 16A will be taken later in the evening. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to presentations. We will begin with a Small Business Saturday proclamation presented by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. I'm sorry, by Council Member Linda Krupa. And this one will be going to the barber shop. Are you here? Come on up, please. You have the mic. I believe it's Traditions Barbershop. And you can give your name when you come up here. The mic, who has the mic?
Come on over here.
Mark Oropeza. Thank you.
Small Business Saturday. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 33.2 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent more than 99% of companies with paid employees and are responsible for over 60% of net new jobs created since 1995. Small businesses employ nearly 47% of the employees in the private sector in our country and contribute positively to the local community by supplying jobs and generating tax revenue. Along with advocacy groups and public and private organizations across the country that have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, today, the City of Hemet celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. It is essential to support our city's valued small businesses, which create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. Therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the entire Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of November 30, 2024 as Small Business Saturday and urge all the residents of our community to support small businesses and merchants today and throughout the year. Congratulations. Would you like to say?
Just without you guys, our businesses wouldn't be happening. We wouldn't have our doors open. Or like I started small, grew up in Hemet. This is my town. And I mean, I don't know everybody in Hemet, but my shop is open for anybody. Traditions Barbershop, been here 6 years.
Where are you located?
Corner of State and Florida, 104 East Florida Avenue. Thank you so much.
They cut women's hair too, so I go to a barber to have my hair done. and best cuts in the world. So here's, here's this. Got a picture? Smile at this lady right down here. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can. Okay.
Our next proclamation will be the Diabetes Awareness Month presented by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. I'm skipping it. Go. No, yeah. And there's a reason for it. Malcolm.
And who am I-
Bring your dad up. Give him both of them so he doesn't have to come back and forth. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me find out. Jerry Johnston, please stand up. I'll give her a push.
City of Hemet, California proclamation for Diabetes Awareness Month. Whereas diabetes is a serious disease for which there is no known cure and is the 7th leading cause of death by disease in the United States. And approximately 1/4 of the Americans who have diabetes do not know they have the disease and may experience damage to the heart, eyes, kidneys, and limbs without producing any symptoms. Another 86 million people have prediabetes, a condition which puts them at greater risk for developing type 2 diabetes. If current trends continue, 1 in 3 American adults will have diabetes by 2050. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease in which a person's pancreas stops producing insulin, or a hormone that enables people to get energy from food. It occurs when the body's immune system attacks and destroys the insulin-producing cells in the pancreas called beta cells. And type 1 diabetes strikes both children and adults at any age. It comes on suddenly, causes dependence on infection or pumped insulin for life, carries the constant threat of devastating complications, and an increase in community awareness of risk factors and symptoms can improve the likelihood that people with diabetes will get the attention they need before suffering the devastating complications of the disease. Therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of November as Diabetes Awareness Month and urge all citizens to take their health into their own hands through awareness, detection, management, and learning more about diabetes. Presented November 12, 2024, signed Joe Males and the City Council. Want the picture? Would you like to say something? Thank you. Okay.
Jackie, you're going to present this
Okay.
one right now. Next proclamation, where am I? For Veterans Day and Military Family Appreciation Month will be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson to Cindy Boeing and Bo Boeing. Army veteran, right, Bo? Yeah.
Can you come up? On this side. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to finally meet you. You want to turn around?
Wife's a photographer for this.
You may sit. Go ahead. Yeah, sit. Yeah. There you go.
More my style.
Yay. City of Hemet, California proclamation, Veterans Day and Military Family Appreciation Month. Whereas on October 8th, 1954, Dwight D. Eisenhower called on all citizens of the United States of America to issue the first proclamation on Thursday, November 11th as Veterans Day to honor all Americans who have served in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard, both in times of war and peace. And whereas Veterans Day is a time to recognize the courageous men and women who have taken up arms to defend the core principles upon which our nation's freedoms depend, serving as guardians of freedom and beacons of peace throughout the nation's darkest times. These individuals continue to inspire with their courage, leadership, and commitment to service, and their sacrifices are integral to the security and values of our nation. Whereas alongside honoring our veterans, we also recognize the essential role of the family, whose sacrifices and support are vital to the success of our service members, both at home and abroad. National Military Family Appreciation Month, established in 1993 by the Armed Services YMCA, serves as a reminder to honor and show gratitude to the families who stand behind our heroes, providing strength, support, and resilience during times of separation and challenge. Whereas November, traditionally a time for family celebration, is an ideal month to reflect on the sacrifices of military families and to ensure that all Americans take the time to appreciate their contributions to the success and well-being of our service members and our nation. Therefore, Joe Mills, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of November 11th, 2024, and the month of November as Veterans Day and Military Appreciation Month, and encourage all citizens to recognize, respect, support, and honor the veterans and military families in our community and nationwide. Presented November 12th, 2024, signed Joe Mills and the City Council members. And I would like to say, thank you. Yes. I'd like to say that Bo is a Vietnam veteran, and his lovely wife Cindy is a excellent photographer. We see her all around town at all our community events, and these two have done an outstanding job in supporting our city and our country. Would you like to say anything?
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the recognition, and it all really belongs to my husband, who is a combat veteran, a U.S. Army combat veteran. Thank you.
I'll take it.
Would you like to say anything?
No, I don't really know what to say. I wasn't planning on saying anything.
Okay, well, we thank you for your service, sir. Oh, Joe wants to say something.
You can say Semper Fi. No.
Here.
I want.
Yeah, you can hold it up. Okay, thank you. Okay, who's next? Must be me.
Oh, okay. The next proclamation will be for Lung Cancer Awareness Month, presented by Councilmember Malcolm Lilienthal and presented to Malcolm Lilienthal Sr. Malcolm Lilienthal Sr. was a Marine for 20-something years, and he had both lungs transplanted, so he's a walking miracle right now and a hero.
As lung cancer is by far the leading cause of cancer death, making up almost 22% of all cancer deaths. Each year, lung cancer accounts for more deaths per year than any other cancer in both men and women. And cigarette smoking causes 80% to 90% of lung cancer deaths in the US. Regular exposure to secondhand smoke from other people's cigarettes, pipes, or cigars increases an individual's chance of getting lung cancer by 20 to 30%. And individuals aged 50 to 80 who currently smoke or have quit smoking within the last 15 years have a history of smoking 1 pack a day for 20 years or 2 packs a day for 10 years are recommended to be screened annually for lung cancer. And the only recommended screening test for lung cancer is low dose computed, and it is proven to significantly reduce lung cancer mortality in those at risk by at least 20%. By recognizing Lung Cancer Awareness Month, the City of Hemet demonstrates its dedication to patient support and advocacy for people living with lung cancer and those at risk for the disease. Hemet residents and healthcare providers are encouraged to learn more about prevention, lung cancer screening, and testing of homes for radon to reduce the risk of lung cancer for all Hemet residents. Therefore, Joe Males, the Mayor of City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of November as Lung Cancer Awareness Month and recognize the need for research on lung cancer and anything that's like lung cancer affecting men and women and lung cancer health disparities, and encourage all citizens to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening. Presented November 12th, 2024.
The last proclamation for the United States Marine Corps' 249th birthday proclamation will be presented by myself, the mayor, to the Hemet Police Department, the American Legion Post 53, Richard Galindo, Malcolm Lilienthal Sr., and Joe Cosma, if you're here. Please come up to the front. Congratulations. Oh, they're all barking at me. They're going, "Ura." See? Thank you. The 249th birthday of the United States Marine Corps, whereas on November 10th, 1775, the United States Continental Marines were founded by our nation's leaders to conduct ship-to-ship fighting, to provide shipboard security and discipline enforcement, and assist in landing forces. And whereas for 249 years, members of our United States Marine Corps have served with the utmost courage in almost every conflict that our country has faced. And whereas the Marines have valiant, I have trouble with that word, say it loud, what? Thank you. Served our nation through some of the hardest and darkest times faced, earning a reputation as formidable fighting force. And whereas Marines exhibit honor, integrity, and personal courage while maintaining an unyielding dedication to service and duty, and whereas whether active duty or retired, we look upon our members of the United States Marine Corps with the highest respect. Whereas the men and women serving in the United States Marine Corps and families who support them make great sacrifices for the defense and protection of the freedoms and liberties of the American people. And they were also born in a tavern. Now, therefore, I, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of November 10th, 2024, as the 249th birthday of the United States Marine Corps, and urge all citizens to recognize, celebrate, and honor the courageous men and women of the United States Marine Corps for their service. Hurrah! And I'm also a Marine, and I'm proud to stand by these men.
On the first presentation, I just wanted to say, if you're not a donor, I would pray that you become a donor, because a donor is the reason why I'm standing here. Next month, December 9th, it'll be 2 years I had my transplant. 2 years ago, I wasn't able to walk from back there to here. 2 years ago, I had a month to live. So every day I get up and I'm walking down this trail with my dog, Malloy, and I'm breathing in that air. It's unbelievable. I just want to say, when you can't breathe, I can't explain it. But a breath of fresh air, which you take for granted, I'm telling you, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. When you can breathe and talk and not cough and grasping for air. I was doing that while I was on the highest concentration of the tanks I was walking around with. So I wasn't expecting to say anything, but I said, well, the Lord saved my life, so I need to speak up. I'm a donor myself. I never thought that I would be in the position that I was in 2 years ago. Like the mayor said, I was in the Marine Corps for 23 years, running up and down mountains, 80 pounds on my back. I'm telling you, when that disease hit me, it took me down to 120 pounds. And I had the transplant. And as you know, someone had to go on to be with the Lord in order for me to stay here. If the family is out there listening to me, thank you. Thank you for the continuance for me to live. I still haven't met the family, and some donors' family don't want to, because they lost a loved one. But I just want to say to that family out there, thank you for your loved one lungs, so I can go on and watch my grandkids grow up. I just wanted to say that and just let everybody know that being a donor, it'll be great for the country and great for human beings. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an honor to stand here with all these other devil dogs. I joined in '82 and I retired 8 years ago. February will be 8 years ago that I retired. Next year is going to be 250th anniversary. They are rebuilding Ton Hat Tavern in Philadelphia, and I promise that I will use a Uber. It's going to be a hell of a party. You too.
I just like to say thank you to everybody, and a little plug, I guess. I'm the service officer at Post 53 here in Hemet. If you don't have a rating, you should, and please come see me. We're available. Give me a call at the post, and I also volunteer at 2 different organizations: Wounded Warrior Project for Post 9/11 veterans, and Triple B Adventures for any era veterans that want to go get back outdoors and have some fun. So give me a call at American Legion. Thank you.
I'll be really quick. Thanks. Thank you for recognizing the Marine Corps. Of course, we always do. Where's the cake, Joe? I think I heard someone mention the cake. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up, trying to stir the pot here. But thank you. Appreciate it. And if you didn't know, we have at least 19 Marines that make up the Hemet Police Department. So it's we're very proud of that. If we include all the services, we have at least 25, maybe 30 service members within the Hemet Police Department. So very proud of that, and thank you again.
Testing. Okay. I'm also a Marine, and I can remember celebrating while I was on a ship going to the on the Pacific, going to the Philippines to train, and it was the 200th birthday of the Marine Corps when I was in 74, I believe. Sometime, yes, or I went in 73, so it's 73 or 4, but I was on the Pacific, so I'm glad. And I'm also the recipient of a liver. I had a liver transplant because I got hepatitis in the Marine Corps, about 30 of us. And so I know what it is to get a transplant, and I know what it is to lose weight. I know what it is to go down to 220 pounds. And let me tell you, it's not fun at all. You give your life to God, and you take what you get. And you just pray. That's all you can do is pray. And God healed us both. And I'm proud to stand by this man too, because he's a good man. 23 years in the Marine Corps, 29 years, 30 years, 34 and a half, 6 and 9 years. But these are good men, and they're all in leadership positions. So that's great. Chief, we love you. We thank you for your Marines that you have. So thank you all. Let's get a picture. By your side.
Mr. Wilton was born next to you.
There you go. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Now we can start. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the meeting again here. Oh, they're all here. For item 14A, there will be a brief presentation by the fire department in recognition of the Community Risk Reduction Fire Cadets. After presentation, council will do, council, do you have a question or comment? Oh, we'll do a questions and answer. But go ahead, Chief. This is our other chief, Navy. Hurrah.
I like to always remind the mayor what his paycheck said in the Marine Corps. No, no, you needed to cash it, and it said Department of the Navy. Thank you very much.
All right, all right, all right.
Come on, I love everybody in this room. So, all right, so this can't start without our cadets coming in here and filling up the back of that room. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Supervisor Gutierrez, distinguished guests, and members of our Hemet community. This is such a special evening, and I am beyond proud to be here tonight to recognize a program that came from an idea in the mind of a mad scientist, which is how our Deputy Chief Ryan Webb affectionately likes to call me at times, to this incredible, much-needed, and impactful Youth Pathway program. This program went from an idea to a collaborative effort between many agencies who believed in the importance of bringing additional youth programs to the Hemet Valley. There are so many people to thank, but I would like to start with thanking 5th District Supervisor Gutierrez and his staff, Christy Barrett and the incredible team at the Hemet Unified School District, the Riverside County Workforce Development Team, City of Hemet staff, City Manager Prestwich, and of course, our supportive City Council. Round of applause, please. None of these programs can thrive without the help of dedicated members who believe in paying it forward and providing mentorship. I would like to thank the men and women of the Hemet Fire and Life Safety Agency who gave so many hours of their time to ensure our cadets were able to learn about firefighting, emergency medical services, fire prevention, code enforcement, building and safety, and CERT skills. I would like to recognize some of our agency members who contributed much of their time to the development, implementation, and overall success of this unique program. Special thanks to Battalion Chief Laura Excel, firefighter paramedic Jeremy Smith, Code Enforcement Officer Americo Giordano, Fire Prevention Officer Ed Clark, and our command staff. I have had the privilege of watching these young men and women from their initial interview where they shared some incredible stories and reminded each one of us on the interview panel the importance of believing in our youth and giving people an opportunity. Over the 8+ weeks of the first cohort, our CRR cadets participated in numerous community beautification projects, vegetation management, and fuel reduction projects, large debris removal, painted city-owned facilities, and learned numerous skills. Thanks to the support from Supervisor Gutierrez, this great program will have 2 additional years of funding via ARPA dollars, and believe me, there hasn't been a week that goes by that I'm not seeking additional funding sources from our regional, state, and federal partners. We need more of these programs, not less, throughout the Hemet Valley, throughout the region, throughout the state, and beyond. This Youth Pathway program is our newest youth program that includes our Fire Explorer program, our First Responder CTE program that initially started at Alessandro High School and now has expanded in 2 years to West Valley and Hemet High School. To our cadets, I'm so proud of you and your hard work ethic that you displayed each day you put on your uniform. We learned as much from you as I hope you learned from us. I encourage you to continue to stay on the path and serve as fire explorers, return as cadets next summer, and have the goal of serving the city of Hemet as a public safety employee in the near future. And I have some additional good news. Thanks to some connections at the National Football League, some of you that are going to be with us in 2025 are going to get to see some events at SoFi Stadium. Yeah. So keep that in mind. Continue doing the excellent job, whether in school, at work, or serving your community. Stay safe and continue to be outstanding people. Thank you again for your hard work ethic and your time. Thank you. Now it's an honor to introduce 5th District Supervisor Yestin Gutierrez.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief, for the introduction. I just want to thank the Mayor, Joe Males, the City Council that's here today, also City Manager Mark Prestwich, for your leadership in believing in this program and accepting the dollars to implement this program. Really is a great initiative for our young people. And like the Chief mentioned, it did start as an idea, and we were able to put it into action. So it's always nice when those ideas we can put into action. I just wanted to thank our Hemet Fire Department that's here as well for all of their hard work. The young people, they've reached out to many individuals, even our office, letting us know about how they want to go into either firefighting or maybe even code enforcement or fire prevention. I mean, there's so many different pathways that this program has provided. And I just wanted to share, and I think what we'll do is we'll share some information as well, but it was a program for young people between the ages of 16 to 24, and where they were provided with 20 hours of paid work for 8 weeks. And it was they received career counseling, and as the Chief mentioned, code enforcement. They had experience with that, firefighting, fire prevention. So a lot of great opportunities for them. Did want to
just say, to the cadets, thank you for putting your name in the hat and applying and being part of the program. I know that it took courage to do so, and I know that it was worthwhile for you all. And just remember, one of the things I can share with you, and this is just being a teacher myself, I was a school teacher for 14 years, is just to continue to move forward in your ambitions, learn new skills, and just be patient with yourself. Also remember to believe in yourselves as well. I also encourage our young people to take advantage of some of the programs that we offer, like this cadets program. We also have another partnership with our Youth Corps and Youth Work Experience. It's a county-led program with CFLC, where we provide employment opportunities throughout the year. So take advantage of all of those opportunities. And again, I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to the council, because sometimes it's interesting when we go to different, I have 6 cities, 12 unincorporated communities, and each city's different. And I just got to say that Hemet was one of the cities that truly embraced this project without question. I mean, you guys were like, we have to do this for our young folks and providing them that opportunity. Sometimes you go to different organizations or agencies and they're, well, maybe we can invest it in other groups and things like that. So I just wanted to say thank you, because investing in our young people is key. I do truly believe prevention is better than being reactive. So just wanted to say thank you.
I would now like to introduce Deputy Chief Ryan Webb.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. So what I'd like to do is, you've heard a little bit about the program and how it went. So I'd like to show you a little bit more in depth, provide some pictures and some context for some of the events that the cadets undertook. Hopefully show you a little bit of what the city of Hemet did for the cadets and what the cadets have done for the city of Hemet. So if you could bring the PowerPoint back up, please. And so we're going to start off with a brief video. It's about 3 minutes. It was put together by Supervisor Gutierrez's office. So it'll give a little bit of context and then interview some of the cadets that were part of the program.
So this is the first of its kind program, which is a tremendous opportunity for young men and women, high school age and early college age, that are able to actually come and work under the Hemet Fire and Life Safety Agency and get a taste of what it's like to be a firefighter, a paramedic, a code enforcement officer, building and safety, and also fire prevention. So it's a tremendous opportunity to learn about public safety and go out and at the same time gain some life skills, and on top of that, do some community beautification projects.
Yeah, this program opened my eyes. I honestly wanted to start going into the police department, but when I kept going into this program and with the people, the experience and the work, I got more interested into it. I feel like me as a woman and my first generation, I feel like I should make the first step into trying to get into this work space, because not a lot of women get the opportunity to be able to, and just going into this department, I feel like is a very huge opportunity for me.
Ever since I joined the program at my school during the beginning of my senior year, I had aspirations of becoming a firefighter. I became CPR certified, and when I joined this program, I realized that I was very, very interested in doing this. I always feel a need to want to do something greater than myself, because I don't like just sitting around doing nothing. Being able to go out and help people, whether it be a medical call or rushing into a house fire, that is something that definitely piques my interest. And I had the pleasure of going on a ride out with Station 3 Engineer Richard recently, and we were on a car fire. And it just solidified my want and my need to be able to be a firefighter.
Every program needs a champion, and that champion was Supervisor Gutierrez. And so when he heard about this program, and that I was, really looking for partnerships along with the Hemet Unified School District, the county came in and then
Supervisor Gutierrez was able to utilize ARPA funds in order to fund this program for 3 years. This is a great youth pathway program. We were fortunate to start one here in the city of Hemet at Alessandro High School, a first responder pathway program that's now expanding to 2 other high schools. And this is another additional program that will expose our kids, not in the 5th district, to a career in public safety by, the ability to get mentorship by our firefighters, our code enforcement officers, our fire prevention officers, and our building professionals. I just can't thank Supervisor Gutierrez enough for being our champion and believing in this. And truly, we need more youth pathway programs out there. Thank you.
Who are we? 2024 Hemet Fire CR Cadets. Who do we want to thank? Thank you, Supervisor Gutierrez.
And so as the supervisor said, the cadet ages were from 16 to 21. And with this being the initial program, we weren't sure what kind of interest we would have in the program, whether there would be anybody that would show up at all. Incidentally enough, we didn't do a lot of advertising, and we got quite a bit of interest just from the CTE programs or career technical education programs through Alessandro High School, word of mouth through our Explorer programs, and then information that spread around the local high school. We are looking next year to see if we can expand this program to reach some more areas of the city, but we had quite a bit of interest. Some of the things that the cadets did, they were initially brought on, they were given an oral interview process similar to what they would see in a public service interview process. They had to answer questions about themselves. They had to present a resume. We gave them an opportunity to see what it was like in the working world. The beginning started with being fitted for equipment. They were outfitted with personal protective gear, and they were given an orientation. The first day of the orientation, they met with fire department leadership as well as building and safety leadership, code enforcement leadership, and fire prevention leadership. And they were given introductions to each one of the different disciplines. I gave all of those involved an opportunity to spend some face time with the cadets and for them to ask questions of us and to explore any sort of potential career interest that they may have. The next step of their training involved tool orientation. So we took them to the training center on Latham, and they were given and shown the different types of tools. They were given safety lectures, how to utilize the tools safely, which ends are the sharp ends, which ends are the not sharp ends. And then they had an opportunity to learn about care and maintenance of the tools. They also were taught how to use the tools in the intended manner. So, for instance, in weed abatement techniques, they were shown how we would construct fire line around a vegetation fire. They would also be shown how to do fuel mitigations projects and removing dead and dying debris from vacant lots. They were also introduced to the CERT program. Some of them were familiar with the program prior to the cadet program, but we gave them an opportunity to learn a little bit more about engaging in emergency management within their own community, and hopes that they would extend into the CERT program down the road. They were given station tours of the fire stations throughout the city. They were able to see where their fire stations were located, get to meet their firefighters, spend some face time with the folks. A few of them have actually even done some ride-alongs. So give them an opportunity to see what the fire department was about. They were also trained in the art of wildfire fire line construction. We call it an indirect attack, where we construct an area where there are no fuels that stops the fire from spreading. So they got to learn about both fire behavior as well as the techniques that we use to control the fires. They were also taught about structural firefighting. We took them out to the training center that we have behind Station 4. They were able to see what the rigorous activities were that we conduct for a structure fire. They were able to pull hose lines, as you can see. They were able to squirt water, put on turnouts, a broad overview of everything that the fire department has to offer. Additionally, they were taught some medical training. They were taught CPR and first aid. So they were able to do some initial wound treatment, and they were certified in CPR. They were also introduced to some of the physical fitness regimens that fire department and police departments go through. We did this all when it was like 106 degrees too, so that, or 115, they loved it, yeah. So that is what we did for them. That is what your city did for the cadets. Now we transitioned into what the cadets gave back to the community. So when we first started this, we solicited input from the different city departments. We received projects from Public Works. We received project from Code Enforcement and Fire Prevention, as well as the fire department. So we took these projects and we divvied them out over the course of their time here with the city. So these are a few of the addresses where they worked with code enforcement officers to learn about the code enforcement process. They also helped with mitigation of trash and debris, dead fuels. They did some lot cleanups. They were able to understand all aspects of what the code enforcement department does. As Chief said, under Code Enforcement Officer Americo Giordano, who did a great job with the cadets. They also got familiar, as I said, with the weed abatement process. It was like 110 degrees when these pictures were taken. And what amazed me the most is the smiles on their face. They loved this, and the rest of us are dying, but they were loving every minute of it. So this is out taken behind Four Seasons. Not exactly the easiest terrain to move around in, but they were out there with chainsaws and Pulaskis and McLeods and shovels, and they were clearing land. Making sure that there was an appropriate fuel break to keep any sort of fire activity away from the residents there at Four Seasons. They assisted us at National Night Out. They did some cooking, they did some cleanup, they did some setup, giving back to the community in a variety of different ways. They also helped take care of some of your city buildings. So as you can see, we have a structure on the northeast side of Covell there off of St. John. It's an abandoned residence that was kind of unsightly, but the cadets threw a fresh coat of paint on it. They cleaned up around the area, made it much more appealing. They also did some work around the landscaping of the police department. You can see that up in the pictures as well. They assisted in painting some curbs at our fire station 2, cleaning up some of the faded chipping paint. This is at Fire Station 3. They cleaned up the fuel container. And this is probably the rite of passage for them. Prior to this, we had them all over at Covell for a pizza party, and they're still having nightmares about tires. But these cadets, when it was over 100 degrees for 4+ days, they were there pulling tires out of 2100 South State, 2200 South State, that property up there. They had roll-offs up there. We were awarded a California Recycles grant to dispose of the tires, and these cadets went hours and hours and hours pulling tires. So I'm sure that they all went home and dreamt about tires after this. So with that, this city council passed a resolution in June of this year formally establishing this program. We could not have done this without you, without your support, without the dedication of the council, the city manager, most importantly, Supervisor Gutierrez for his dedicated pursuit of taking care of our youth and giving back to the community. So with that, thank you so much, City Council, City Manager, Supervisor Gutierrez.
And Supervisor Gutierrez did have an additional thank you that we certainly want to make sure that we acknowledge.
Thank you so much, Chief. I just wanted to also thank Congressmember Ruiz as well for supporting the ARPA funding, because that's what we received as a county, and then we use that funding to implement this project with you as a city. So I just want to thank Congressmember Ruiz for that support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we please have all the cadets front and center? Come on down. And Battalion Chief Efren Vargas isn't going to get out of this either. So we have certificates of recognition from the city of Hemet, also from Supervisor Gutierrez's office and Congressman Ruiz's office. So what a tremendous accomplishment. I applaud all of you for your incredible work ethic. Again, like Deputy Chief Webb said, you had a smile every single time I saw you guys. Look at Brooklyn can't stop smiling now. He just wants the microphone. He's going to get his chance. Don't worry. But you guys just, kudos to you. Great job. And can't wait to see you guys in your future careers, hopefully right here in Hemet.
I think we had a couple cadets that would like to share some of their experiences with you.
So this summer was a very eye-opening experience. Instead of just through Explorers teaching you the core values and skills that you need to be a firefighter, I definitely feel that the CRR program brought me closer to my peers and my coworkers and allowed me to have a greater bond and a stronger teamwork ethic with all of the CRR cadets that are here today, and especially the ones that aren't. It made me realize that firefighting and fire prevention, we aren't just coworkers, we're a family. And we need to recognize that together we're stronger and we each can build each other up in different moments.
I just want to agree with Brooklyn. This summer, I was able to have many opportunities and many moments to achieve. And I feel like having a warm welcoming community helping me achieve these things that I didn't think I was able to achieve, it made me become more stronger. Not only stronger, but it also helped me build a second family. I feel like I can always count on all of these people standing up in here. But not only that, but it helps you see the future aside. It helps me build a better, stronger side for myself. And not only that, but it helps me want to continue and inspire other women from this for this pathway along that. But I just want to say thank you to the Hemet Fire Department, Supervisor Q Gutierrez, thank you so much, and the city of Hemet.
Yeah, going back to the takeaway that we had, so we all have busy schedules, everybody's busy, but I made it a point to be at all 20 cadets interviews because knowing it was our first cohort, it was so incredibly important. And I'm telling you, every time you guys walked out that door, we all wanted to actually shed a tear because you had heartwarming stories. We had a young lady that took the bus to get to her interview. A lot of people didn't have transportation. So I'm telling you, again, I can't tell you enough how important these programs are for our youth. And I don't want to put Vincent on the spot, but before tonight, he actually gave me a letter that he shared at Alessandro. And if you want to read what you gave me, or if you know it by heart, then I'd appreciate you telling the audience your story. Yep.
It's a lengthy letter. All right.
Start with some humor. So tell them about your haircut. You know what's coming, right?
This January, when I start college, we're chopping it, all of it. All right. Hello, my name is Vincent Christopher Lepard, and today I'd like to share a bit of my journey with you, one filled with challenges, unexpected turns, and ultimately a newfound purpose in life. I grew up facing some pretty tough realities. Since the age of 1, it's been just me, my mother, and my sister navigating life's storms together. We survived on little, relying on each other to keep going. For a long time, I was lost. I don't know where I was heading or my future could look like, but life has a way of showing you a path when you least expect it. When I got to Alessandra High School and joined the CTE First Responder program, I was just trying to get through school and earn some credits. I didn't realize that this program would completely change my life. Through this program, I found myself inspired, the experiences I had, the skills I learned, and most importantly, the incredible mentors who believed in me. Like my firefighter mentors and my CTE First Responder teacher gave me something I hadn't felt in a long time, a belief in myself. I joined the Hemet Fire Explorers Post 620 and had like A light turned on inside me. I found my passion, my purpose for the first time. I knew what I wanted to do with my life. I wanted to be a firefighter. I want to dedicate my life to helping others, to making a difference in people's lives. This program didn't just give me a career path, it gave me a reason to live for others and to serve the community. I may not have it all figured out yet, but I can tell you this, I'm on a right path. I'm starting college soon, graduating high school early, and every day I'm taking steps to the future I want. I've come to realize that I have something valuable to offer, and now I'm working every day to do the best version of myself. The CTE First Responder Program didn't just teach me skills, it helped me grow as a person, physically and mentally. I gained a deep understanding of what it takes to be a first responder. This field has become my passion, my motivation, and that's why I believe so strongly in this program and what it can offer our community. This class has the power to shape futures, to turn doubts into dreams, and to give young people like me a purpose. I know there are others like me, students who may not have all the resources or support, but who want to make a difference with more community support. Whether through mentorships, internships, guest speakers, or equipment donations, this program could be even stronger. Together, we can create opportunities that inspire and equip future first responders to serve our community. So to everyone here, thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you to my mentors, my teachers, and everyone who has supported me. I'm here today filled with gratitude and ready to take on the future with purpose and pride.
Amazing, amazing story. Anybody else? All right, everybody else is shy. That's okay. So we're going to take a couple of pictures in here, and then we're going to go out to the hall and then present the certificates out there. Okay, so the meeting can continue. So Supervisor, do you mind coming up?
Come on.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, the young ones need to get John on their hands. Not bad. I'll get this.
So everybody, let's go after the ball.
Oh, I guess the question, council, do you have any questions? Okay. Did we already do the receiving file? Yeah, we did. I'm here, right?
Yeah, you have to go to 14B. Next up.
Oh. I didn't know there was a 14B and a C and. Okay. I can't hear. Wait, sit.
And so.
Oh,
Yeah,
you were supposed to be here last. Did they bring me? We didn't bring the proclamation.
So that's why I was here tonight, but if not, then I need to.
Yeah, we don't have them, right? Okay. But she was supposed to receive it last time and she didn't make it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. We'll make it.
I just don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to wait?
No, because it's probably at the city. Okay, we're going to continue. We continue with 14B, the City of Hemet warrant registers dated September 19, 2024, in the amount of, do I have to read that whole thing?
No.
No, where do I go then? I'm,
You just announce the item and ask if the council wants to receive and file those three items.
okay. Council, would you like to receive and file 14B, 14C, and 14D? Can I get, do I need a motion? Yeah. Nope, okay. Done. We'll now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Yes, I'd like to pull 15A and 15H.
Members?
I'd like to pull 15B.
So that
15,
B is in boy?
yes. 15E. Uh, 15I. 15N.
Ann is in Nancy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else?
They covered them all.
Malcolm? You good? Good? Okay. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the items that are remaining? And a second, please.
I'll make a motion to approve all the items not mentioned.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. We'll do a roll call, and that's to approve the consent calendar with the removal of items 15A, B, E, H, I, and N for separate consideration. Do roll call now. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal, Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Mills.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15A.
Okay, real quick, you said I, not R, because I had R, so it's I?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's go with 15A then.
I'm sorry. 15A, I pulled the minutes because please check, but I don't think I led the Pledge of Allegiance at the last meeting. I believe it was Carol. And I know we're kind of interchangeable, but hey.
We'll do a double check on
Would you
that.
check that, please? And other than that, I would make a motion to approve item 15A.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Do a roll call. Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15B.
So I pulled this because I know I like to bring up when there are consultants that work for the same jurisdiction that I'm employed at. So NV5 is a firm that is a consultant for a department that I'm not over. I did speak with the city attorney and it's not a conflict. I did have a question on section 5.1 that just talks about allowing extensions, but it doesn't say who grants those. So I wanted a little bit of clarification on that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I can answer that question. So this is our subdivision improvement agreement template. It would be, my interpretation would be the city council that would grant the extensions for any of the requirements of the subdivision improvement agreement. Although I grant you that language is not explicitly included there. Sometimes it could be the city engineer who grants those extensions. My recommendation would be that we make modifications to our current subdivision improvement agreement template to clarify that it is the city council that grants the extensions to the public improvements deadline going forward. As you council member may know, that particular agreement that's on the agenda, the agreement's not being approved tonight. That agreement was approved previously, so we can't change the language of that agreement, but we can change the template going forward.
Stephen, is this, sorry, is this 15E? Maybe I jumped ahead. So
I might be jumping ahead.
It might be 15E. My notes are,
Yeah, so 15E and Jolene came forward to answer the question. Now you got to come back.
okay, but
I believe the public improvements have already been constructed for this track.
okay, well,
We're-
we were talking about 15B, so I apologize with my
I was
my
talking
notes.
about E. Apologies.
Right. So, okay, so 15B, I just wanted to acknowledge that NV5 is a firm that the jurisdiction I work for utilizes. Again, I didn't hire them, but I do work with them in a small capacity on plan checks, but I just wanted to disclose that. So with that, I will make a recommendation to approve item 15B.
I'll second that.
We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick motioned and Councilmember Krupa second. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Mills.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15E.
Okay. So I think that's what Stephen and I were talking about. So who allows the extensions on the subdivision improvement agreement?
I incorporate my previous answer.
I also had another question on this. So I saw that the site development review and the model home complex conditions were attached, but for a subdivision improvement agreement, I think I'd like to see the map conditions, and if there was a DA, I'd like that as an attachment. So I also would like to know what's outstanding. So what's the punch list for this project at this point? So these were some of the questions that I had on this one.
So the punch list was completed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have brought it forward for accepting the public improvements. Our inspectors have inspected all of the improvements, and the punch list that they created has been completed. As far as the other conditions and everything, I'll take a note of that for future items that come forward for acceptance.
Okay. With that, I will move to approve item 15E.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Mills.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15H.
Yes, I have some questions. Police Chief and Public Works. And I didn't see any pictures in this staff report of what it's going to look like when you're done. And I would like to see pictures of what it's going to look like. Not only the parking lot, but where is the block wall going to be and where's the wrought iron fencing going to be? And then to the chief, I'm just going to say, it better not look like that horrible mess that's across the street around the SWAT building, because that is such an eyesore for downtown Hemet. So that's my personal opinion. Now,
I don't think we had any renderings done. I know that during the design and part of the bid package, there were some photos of the fence
Could we see them?
examples. I don't think they got attached, but yeah, I could certainly share those.
yeah, I would really like to see what it's supposed to look like when it gets finished. And like I say, I want to know, where's the block wall going to go? We can't have fortresses downtown.
I was trying to figure out what fence you're talking about. You're talking about by the fire training center?
Well, that one is ugly. So we'll just,
Well, just so you're on record, I agree 100%,
good.
but
Can we paint murals on it?
possibly we. talked about
Daisies,
that.
something.
There's ideas out there.
Okay, but in the staff report, it said there's going to be a block wall
Yes.
built. Where?
If I remember correctly, it's going to be on the northeastern portion and part of the eastern portion. So
That
when
is-
you have the garden area that's not encompassed at this point, all of that area is going to be cinder block wall.
Why can't we have a community garden in there?
Because personally, well, the police department's growing and we have nowhere to park. So
But there's landscaping up there now. We'll continue that off.
there is.
Off council. But yeah, I would just like to see some idea, even if it's rough on a napkin, of what it's going to look like when it's all done. And I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be done. That parking lot is a disaster and it needs some improvements, but I'd really like to see what it's going to look like or what it's supposed to look like when it's finished.
Absolutely. It won't look like what's across the street. It'll be a little different, so. If it does, that's Noah's fault here.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Noah. And if there's no other questions on that, I'll move approval with the stipulation that we all get to see what it's supposed to look like before it gets started.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Kendrick. I would do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15I.
So I was reading through this and I'm concerned, but Mark, could you kind of give us a brief presentation on this and kind of what the thought process is behind it?
Sure. So, and just to begin, this is an item that was conceptualized during our goal setting process for the current year. So this is one of the highest ranked items on our to-do list. Essentially, we have 3 departments today that touch the development process. For 18 months now, I've received feedback on interest in finding ways to make it more customer friendly, to make sure that we have appropriate staffing, that we're responsive. And so having a number of experiences over the years with the development process and understanding some of the challenges and constraints, not only from the budget perspective here, but also efforts to recruit and also some of these reputational issues that have been described to me. I've long seen some value in having some independent look at a growing department with incredible volume of applications and submittals, along with the complexity of submittals. And recognizing that we're about 1.5 years in on this experiment with this additional Department of Life and Safety. Given all of those considerations, the purpose of this study is to look a lot farther beyond just the staffing side of it, but to examine and talk with customers that have had experiences with us over the past year or two that also have experiences with other cities, to provide feedback to this independent firm to share with them experiences that are maybe different about the Hemet experience, so that we can identify quickly, and that's an issue I'll come back to quickly identify opportunities to improve the work and the pace of development review. And I think some of that's going to come from staffing, some of that's going to come from technology improvements, which are in some cases in motion. Some of it is going to be looking at the process itself, and surely the staffing side is important as well. But this is an opportunity for us in my view, a pretty competitive price. And we've established a budget for this work, so it's within the budget that the city council's allocated. And we've got a fairly significant detailed scope of work attached to the contract. We can talk about specifics there. And I also know that Chad Jackson, the president of Citygate, is online and can answer some questions about this type of experience and the experience they've had in providing this service to other clients. One of the things we did like about Citygate is they have a lot of experience with California cities in particular, and they have a very strong team of talent, both former practitioners within the field, but also staff that have worked with a number of different cities through a consulting perspective. And I'm happy to answer additional questions you have.
So I was reading through the staff report and the department heads that you had in there, but I noticed that you didn't have the fire chief, which is over DLS. So I was concerned about that. I see that you have the chief building official, but I don't think that captures everything. And I'd like to hear it from all perspectives from the department heads. And I guess I'm concerned. So what if the results come out and, I mean, what if the cost to do it is prohibitive, or what if it requires changing in staff? I'm aware of why the change was made originally. I have not been a fan of it, but I'd like to know what the pros and cons are of it. What's worked and what hasn't worked with DLS. I guess I would want to know who is Citygate going to reach out to? Is it going to be individuals provided by staff? I really kind of want it to be independent of, who we tell them to reach out to. I mean, I know developers that I worked with at the city that refused to do business with the city because of the development process. And so I think that it really needs to be objective and not, telling them to reach out to folks that we determine. I think there should be input, but I guess maybe I need to hear from Citygate on what their approach is to gaining that kind of applicant feedback where it's unbiased.
Yeah, this may be a good opportunity for Mr. Jackson to comment on that experience. And I just, before we jump to Mr. Jackson, I chose the panel myself, and I chose Javier Nolasco, our chief building official, to participate instead of the fire chief because he touches the development process closer, and I wanted his expertise and his awareness of some of the complexities and challenges that we've been dealing with at the table when we interviewed these firms. And so when we talk about the broader project, yes, this will be led by a department director team in partnership with the ad hoc and ultimately the city council. So Mr. Jackson, could you address Councilmember Kendrick's question?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mark, and good evening, Hemet City Council. Yeah, we'd like to approach this as a partnership in the collaboration of who we're going to reach out to. And we want as mixed a group as possible, not just simply people that are going to report positive experiences, because there's not much to learn from that, but people from all sides of the spectrum, and including those that refuse to do business with the city for one reason or another, whether it's timeliness or cost or other prohibitive measures. So we really have a collaborative approach in the stakeholder outreach planning, and we work very closely with the city to get input. Often we'll ask those in the development community as we're interviewing them if they have any others that they would recommend, get a seat at the table, if you will, that may have an unpleasant experience, and then we can trace the roots of that unpleasant experience and anything that could have been done to remediate such an experience. So it really involves a robust outreach plan, and we've got a lot of interviews built in, and there are other optional ways that we can bring a mix of applicants and developers to the table through focus groups and surveys as well, if that ever is desired. But we do have a robust internal and external outreach plan just to ensure we're getting representatives from all sides of the spectrum.
And will the ad hoc be included as part of that?
It certainly can be. It certainly can be. We have a budgeted number of interviews, and so we collaborate on, okay, if we have so many external, so many internal, let's figure out the way to get the right mix of perspectives and appropriately utilize those hours. So we don't have anything set in stone right now. It's really a collaborative effort and something that we discuss from the moment we hit the ground running with the project kickoff call, and we get the perspectives of the internal stakeholders on who we should start talking to.
It's unfortunate, it's unfortunate that I'm not part of the ad hoc. And I don't know, Mr. Jackson, if you know my background, but I've been in development for approximately 29 years, government planning for three jurisdictions in Riverside County, including Hemet for most of my career as a planner. I will be paying a lot of attention to this. I can definitely provide developers that have had negative experiences that refuse to do business here, even though I'm like, we're changing. But I know that our development process is not as friendly as it should be. There's a lot of issues that I've noticed as staff, and then on council, receiving calls from developers or constituents that are having issues. But with my background, I just want to let you know that I'll probably be looking at this very heavily, and we'll have a lot of input.
Yeah, we would welcome your input, and we do have council member interviews as a part of the scope of work, and would welcome recommendations from you on those that would have a mix of perspectives, including those that would be very negative, that would be illustrative and we can learn from.
Yeah, I can give you both, but I mean, I do want to focus on the negative and get that changed.
Understood. Appreciate your interest, and we want to partner with you to ensure that those perspectives are heard.
That's all I had. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions.
No questions, but just the comment that, yeah, the interviews have to be good, bad, and ugly. And yeah, we need to know exactly what's happening and how these different departments work or don't work with each other for the benefit of the customer.
Right. Part of the interview process and analysis will include documentations of essentially current conditions and some of those experiences. We do welcome any suggestions you have, Councilmember Kendrick and others here. If you have constituents that are calling you, we'd like to know those names and contact information, and we'll be sharing them with a consultant.
So with that, I will recommend approval of item 15I.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15N as in Nancy.
Okay. Can't read my own. Okay, so how many deputy community development directors are there in Riverside County? I guess I'm a little concerned with this, especially with the current makeup of ComDev, with just being planning and econ dev, and you have a econ dev manager. I get concerned about being too top heavy. I think that this person would need more than 2 years, and there's no detail on the recruitment process. How will you recruit? Is this something where it's going to be done through our standard HR process, or is it going out to a headhunter? And like I said, I'm concerned this, having two departments and having an assistant director is concerning to me.
So I'll happily answer those questions. In terms of number of deputies, I know I did look at a list of cities that our HR staff pulled data from. I believe about 6 to 7 of 12 agencies that we surveyed as part of the comp survey had deputy directors in this department. Really, this is essentially a page out of the success story that we've had with our public works department. 18 months ago, we were struggling with trying to recruit a senior engineer and a principal engineer. And after unsuccessful efforts, multiple efforts, we considered the addition of, or really the transition from principal engineer to a deputy director. We recruited in-house for that position. We were fortunate to land Jalene Ferris and build a team thereafter. And today, it's one of the reasons that we've been able to push out $24.5 million of paving over the last really 18 months. this is an effort to, again, when we go back to and look at the community development department today, we were hopeful that with the adjustment in salaries, we would again go through a recruitment for the vacant senior planner and the vacant principal planner and land candidates. We found 2 candidates for each of those jobs. We made full top step offers. They had a lot of experience and talent, and we wanted them to work with us. Unfortunately, they both declined as a previous effort we had made before the adjustments in compensation had been unsuccessful. And so this is really an effort to find talent that's in the region that is looking for the next step in their career and create an opportunity for us to probably have several principal planner types or senior planners competing for that deputy director position. We need people to hit the ground running that come with a lot of experience and talent that are ready for the next step in their career. And this is essentially an effort to replicate the success story of the Public Works Department. So we had our HR team develop the job description through research and other agencies. If we have some concerns about some of that, we can consider adjusting those, the language in the recruitment. It would be done internally. We're not looking to bring in some external help to fly this recruitment. We would fly it within our HR department.
So am I correct? Did I hear correctly that we haven't flown this position or the senior planner position since the cost of living adjustments went into effect on July 1?
No, we have, and we had interviews. We invested a lot. This is one of the other challenges. We've invested a lot of time in those interviews. We sometimes bring people in from other cities to join us, and we made 2 top step offers to both a senior planner as well as a principal planner. And it's a very competitive market out there. I think if we're not moving fast, we understand that they have a lot of choices today. I think one of the other challenges with both the recruiting of the engineers in the past as well as the planners today is that they can often promote within their own organization to those levels. But often the deputy type of director, which would be the next in the series for them, is a external move. And so we're more likely to find willing talent through finding someone that will be willing to leave the organization they've been growing in and apply their skills to another city like ours.
Would this, and this would not be a contractor at will position. This would be part of what the HMMA or the Min Managers Group.
I'm looking to our admin services director to see if she knows which bargaining group this is a part of. I think it's unrepresented.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be an at-will position, just like the deputy director of public works is.
So I still have concerns. I'd like to know the position, the jurisdictions that have this same title, what size they are in population, what their department size is. What is our current department size for planning and econ dev?
I'm looking through some of my notes in some of my emails to see if I can find a look at this. I don't think I have a copy here tonight, council member, but we can either bring this back in 2 weeks, or we can I can provide that information to you later at a later time.
I would like more information, and I would like the requirements beefed up. I mean, if this is a kind of succession planning for, the director position, I think that a lot of those requirements should be in place, like, well, a deputy director for planning or comm dev is going to be over econ dev. So shouldn't they have CalEd certifications? I'm looking, I want experience. But I also want to make sure we're not too top heavy. So I want to know the makeup of the department. I want to know, like I said, what the makeup of these other jurisdictions that have the same title, what the population is. I think I just have a lot more questions on this one. So I would support continuing it until we can get that information.
Ask her if that's a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this item. Is 2 weeks enough, Mark?
Yes, we can bring this back in a couple
Okay.
weeks.
I'd like to make a motion to continue item 15N to our next council meeting.
I'm sorry, to clarify, we would be bringing this back on December 10th, so just under a month.
Okay.
Is there any real urgency in it, like now?
Well, we have one planner that is managing all of the larger projects and supervising staff, so we are postponing, I would be postponing the recruitment of those two positions because this was the next step. If we had landed either one of the positions in the last recruitment, I probably would not be here. But I do think that this is a strategy that, if deployed for a relatively small increase in funding, would allow us to likely recruit a deputy director who needs to have a strong planning background, probably be an existing senior or principal planner at another agency.
I'll second her.
We'll do a roll call. Motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
No.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
No.
Mayor Males.
No.
That motion fails 2-3.
I'll make a motion to approve item 15N.
Second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson to approve staff recommendation. Do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
No.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 3-2. Moving on to discussion item 16A.
Okay, so that's the last one. We will now move.
We're now on 16A, Mayor, and just a reminder, we do have public speaker for this item, if you'd like to take them first.
Yes, sir.
First one is Shaul Rosenroger, followed by Mitzi Carver. Ms. Carver could line up.
Mayor, council members, I want to suggest that we wait with the public comments until after the presentation, because then we are all talking about the same thing.
Mayor, our practice is to take the public comments first so that the presentation can address the comments, but it's up to you.
Now we can continue. Let's continue. Go ahead and continue, please.
So, to my understanding, the city is considering some guidelines regarding warehouses, and the discussion is of AB 98, which is a state law regulating warehouses. My concern is that AB 98 is sort of the lowest common denominator when it comes to warehouse regulations. It's a compromised bill. And I think the city of Hemet can do better. I think the city of Hemet can come up with its own set of guidelines regarding warehouses, locations, what they should look like, if they're even appropriate for Hemet, and not just, what I mean is be proactive and come up with guidelines that that the city wants, not just go along with AB 98, which is not a good bill and doesn't offer many protections as far as the health effects and the effects of traffic from trucks serving warehouses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitzi Carver.
The next speaker is Jean Fanza.
Good evening. My name is Mitzi Carver, and I've been a resident of Hemet for over 30 years and have worked here, raised my family here. And I really love our valley, and I want to keep it healthy for us. And my question for the council is, I see us going two opposite directions. One, let's get the warehouses, let's get some low-paying jobs in here, and let's have all these trucks coming, and I'm concerned about the air quality. We've already had so many bad air quality days this summer. I hate to see it get worse. But then on the other hand, I hear we want to beautify Hemet. We've got the Performing Arts Theater coming in, and we've got a wonderful lake with beautiful flowers in the spring. We've got a roadway up to Idlewild. We've got Ramona Bull and the pageant. We've got so many beautiful things, and possibly some more hotels coming in to bring tourists, bring their dollars. So we have jobs and tourist dollars and a beautiful city. I don't see those two roads blending together. I think the city has to choose either we're beautiful or we're a warehouse city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Fanta.
Next speaker is Tom Kelly.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Everyone else as well. My applause to all the proclamation recipients. What a great bunch of people. Also to the cadets. Oh my God, amazing youth, right? Which allows me to segue into the warehouse box workers. These guys at the cadets have a future. I guarantee you not one of them is standing there saying, I want to be a box worker at 30 years old. I want to make 19 bucks an hour with minimal raises and have to live in that type of environment and maybe one day be able to afford the study rent of, which is probably for like a studio, the staff report that we have for 16A says the rent here is about $14.50. That's not even for a one bedroom for things I looked at this morning after I read the staff report. People cannot afford to work in those warehouses and have what we would call here, what Hemet has had, generational wealth. These warehouses are not going to make this city stronger financially. In the long run, the people that work there will not be successful in creating generational wealth that passes assets down to their family. It's just not going to happen. How do we get there? Mitzi, you had good things to say. Malcolm had spoken to my friend who's a professor at San Jacinto, Mount San Jacinto. Their trade school curriculums have been suspended. They don't have them. They don't have anything for electricians, plumbers, the likes of that, construction workers. They're not there. Why don't we have a trade school here? It's zoned, everything says no. When I looked at the zoning for Hemet, I just think it's a mistake. We need to invest in our youth like we did for the cadets and create that generational wealth here. They'll have assets to pass on to their family instead of moving out and finding things that are better, educating them. Not everybody's for college, like Malcolm had pointed out a couple meetings ago. True, but trades bring strong incomes and better support for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Kelly.
Next speaker is Kathy Caraher. Then the next speaker is Irene Reyes.
Hello. My name is Tom Kelly. I'm a resident of the Del Webb community that's relatively close to the Simpson Warren warehouse that we're here to discuss. So that location is from Warren and Mustang to the northeast, to give you an idea, with the warehouse project being south of Simpson and east and west of the intersection of Warren and Simpson. I am here to speak to you hopefully constructively, and it's not to speak down to you, but I'm obviously in opposition to warehouses. They have no place being anywhere near residents. Of course, you've got 3 of them approved right by residences everywhere. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. I would ask you to be more conscientious towards the people that live close to these warehouses. You know, I've been told that, and it's my understanding that the income revenue source that's coming to the city for allowing the warehouse that I'm talking to you about, Simpson, is not a lot of money. Okay. And so in that context, I would ask you to consider, as you, in your zest, in your zeal to find more income to help us better our community and our city, and that's what you're doing, that you would also take a very close look at the degradation of the air and the sound and all the noise. And, you know, 500 trucks a day, 24 hours a day, with half of them going north on Warren, that's 250 trucks a day on average going north on Warren. Warren can't handle that type of traffic. So when you consider, assuming you're going to approve this, and you probably will, from a business standpoint, I would ask that you strongly consider the whole, you know, one should always consider the cost to build a house. Do they have enough money to build a house? Will they build a quality home, or will it be something of lesser value than what they spent? So when you guys consider that which is before you, as the first gentleman said, that the AB 98 is kind of weak and not appropriate for the warehouse situation that we have before us, I would ask that you would consider the cost to the road. Do not let the developer get off as a starting point, as a condition. Possibly all the roads be new from the exit of the warehouse driveway all the way to Florida. Maybe even 4 lanes or 3 lanes instead of 2. If you go look at Warren Road right now, it is not in really good shape. Therefore, 250 trucks a day, it's not going to take long and it's going to be destroyed. So when you make the consideration of your annual income that's coming from the warehouse, please correlate that to the expense to maintain that road. A, it should start off as a new road. If they don't want to do it, don't approve it. B, I know it's time. B, they should bond for the repairs, because those trucks are going to destroy the roads and the quality of life for myself and the citizens of Solero Diamond Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene Reyes?
The next speaker is Steve Patrick.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Mayor Mail, City Council members. My name is Irene Reyes, and I am here to speak in opposition of the proposed 6 million square feet of warehouse structures to the city of Hemet. The main goal of the City Council is to set the vision for the city, as you all well know, adopt guiding principles and goals to reflect that vision, and guide decision-making at all levels of city government. The goal-setting process builds council consensus on policies and projects that impact city residents and the community as a whole. The key functions of the local city council include public health management, protecting local environment, and upholding citizens' rights. Mayor Males, you have previously mentioned publicly on several occasions in a town hall meeting and other meetings that the revenue gained from the warehouse projects will sustain the salary increases of the city employees approved at the October 8th City Council meeting, consent calendar item 16F. The staff report for that consent item indicates the fiscal impact would be none, since adjustments for salary increases had been included in the fiscal year 2024-25 budget. The staff report also indicates the positions listed may not necessarily be budgeted or funded in any given fiscal year. Was this item budgeted for projected upcoming years? And will it be an issue for the employees, the city employees? They deserve the salary increases they are receiving with a $109 million plus budget. Are we able to sustain these salaries without the revenue from the warehouse projects? Or did we count on this unrealized revenue prior to approval and completion of said projects? Did it ever occur to the council members what the residents, these residents who elected you, want? According to the City of Hemet's strategic plan, I won't read the whole thing, y'all know it. The vision, our vision for our city is that the City of Hemet shall be a model of excellence in local government, a safe, well-planned community with equal opportunity for all. One of our goals is to improve the city's image by preserving and enhancing the community's aesthetic beauty and natural assets, and by building upon the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the community. Values, we believe, one of the values of the strategic plan is that we believe in an open, honest, and representative form of democracy. Quality of life, to ensure that Hemet is safe, clean, attractive, and comfortable for all who live, work, and visit. And finally, community engagement, to connect and participate in a constant dialogue between members of the community, city staff, and elected officials to promote togetherness and positivity. Let's promote that communication, the transparency, and the togetherness and positivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Dave Patrick.
And then Mayor, our last speaker is Richie Lacasso.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, I'm against any further development of warehouses in Hemet. And I can't, and Joe, you're my district representative. I'm disappointed in you that you didn't take into consideration the communities along Warren Road and what the traffic from trucks would do to those communities. That warehouse on Simpson should have been DOA. It should have never seen the light of day. And for the city council members, I want to ask you, when you put up a warehouse, for example, near the lakes, I know that's a proposal, how many times is that warehouse going to shop at Winco or Target or Walmart? How many cars is that warehouse going to buy? How many shops is that warehouse going to visit? Or how many restaurants is that warehouse going to visit? So why am I asking you this question? Because it's people who pay sales taxes that fund Measure U. That warehouse, all warehouses do nothing for Measure U. That big warehouse going up on Acacia and Kirby, that developer, he should have funded a new police department. We need a new police department. Why should our officers have to, and staff have to work in that building? If you're going to have, I know not every place is conducive to building houses. So if you're going to have some type of building, then extract something from the developers. Fund a new police station and get the city moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Richie Locasso.
Finally. Good evening. My name is Richie Lacasso. I'm a resident since 2012. Live in Val Vista. I'd like to address two areas. The first is the discussion of traffic that was included in the narrative on the website about tonight's meeting and agenda. It mentioned the phrase that the traffic measure for the warehouses was 22 trips per acre. This metric is a metric I've never seen before, and I've done a little bit of reading on it. It also compared the warehouse traffic to traffic from a supermarket and a retirement community. And that's like apples and oranges. That really didn't make sense. So I would ask that you please reconsider that traffic discussion. There was one point that was made, and that is that there's 1.71 trips per 5,000 per 1,000 square feet. And if you would extrapolate that to the square footage of 838,000 feet in the one big warehouse, that comes to about 1,400 trucks. 1,400 trucks a day. And that's what we would like to hear if we're going to be discussing traffic. The other area that got my attention concerns risk. This would be risk to individual citizens and risk to the city, which I feel can be very substantial. Risk is probability, and humans really are poor at trying to make judgments in that area. I have a negative vision in my mind that with the traffic being routed, according to the graphic that was included in that narrative, on main roadways going east and west and north and south in Hemet, that it's kind of asking for trouble because you're going through residential areas and neighborhoods. And it just is a matter of time and probability before a child runs out and is seriously injured or is fatally injured. And when this happens, it's going to be a tragedy not only for the family, but for Hemet. So one thing is going to lead to another. And it's possible that litigation could be filed against the city and perhaps even against you guys. And that would be terrible. And the litigation would not suggest that you broke the law, but it could say that you didn't follow good practices. And the key, though, would be that in executing it, you would run into a jury trial.
Richie, your time's already 35 seconds over.
Okay, this is really important, Joe, and I'd just like to have another minute.
Finish.
And in that sense, it's a jury trial, and they would be you'd have jurors like you're sitting out here. They would be parents. They would be grandparents. They could feel the tragedy from the loss of that child from the family. And with the prosecutors saying stuff like, how could they?
Now you're just assuming. So please, your time's up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, we should check online to see if there's public comment online.
Thank you, Mayor, City Attorney. And if there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand. We're taking public comment for this warehouse item. We'll give you just a few brief moments to raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we go on to the staff presentation, I did just want to give my usual disclaimer here. We do not have a project on for discussion and public hearing today, although we may talk about applications that are in progress. I think we have a status update on those applications. I heard a lot of references to a warehouse project on Simpson Road. That project has not even come to public hearing before the Planning Commission yet. The applicant does have due process rights to have their application heard by an unbiased decision maker. And so for that reason, I would encourage the council not to make any statements that could be construed as you've already made a decision on that project. Speaking of litigation. Additionally, I did want to just clarify that the city council does not propose warehouses. Private property owners propose the development of their property. So if you do see an application for a project like that, it did not originate with the city of Hemet or the city council. It originated with the property owner who's seeking to develop their property. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying. We'll now move to the discussion action item 16A. Can we have a presentation for discussion on item 16A, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As you recall, recently the mayor requested a special meeting that was held on October 12th to discuss consideration of a moratorium on warehouses of a certain scale and larger. And that meeting was held, and during that meeting, the item was continued to the future council meeting of December 10th, 2024. And several requests were made of staff in terms of information that would be desirable to the council as additional information to help aid in consideration of the moratorium. In the city manager's judgment, I felt it would be very important to outline today a preliminary review of the planned December 10th or potentially a different date. We'll talk about that as part of this presentation, but I wanted to outline conceptually how we were conceiving of the agenda and the format of that agenda and the items that would be included. And so today before you is a preliminary overview of that next planned meeting, where not only would the consideration of the moratorium be considered, and we should check in with that with you on that as well, but also the type of information provided. So I want to walk you through some of the information that we intend to share with you. Today, we would like to receive feedback on that. Is this the right information? Is there additional information that you would like to see? And as you can see in the staff report, we found a very interesting document that provides a lot of information that can be very helpful about the context of logistics, transportation facilities within the Inland Empire. So the information, I think it's also important to know that we're not prepared for December 10th yet. We're in the beginning of research, and this is a check-in. So some of the information that you see and some of the numbers I know that we've received comment on, there's a range, and each project is different. And so it's important to know that these are not, locked in science numbers. These are early efforts to provide you some context for different types of projects as you requested. So the staff report refers to refers to 6 areas. There's really 5 areas of focus, and I want to walk you through each of those. And this is essentially what we conceive to be a future workshop that would also include an invitation to our planning commissioners to join the council in that. And because of a construction project beginning soon, for the next couple of months, our council meetings are going to be held at the library. So there's a lot of space, as you know, upstairs at the library where this meeting would be held. But the first step would be to review what the current municipal code provides for. We've included some of that information in the staff report tonight. So you have information related to designated truck routes, current zoning, designated truck routes. There's an attached map that speaks to that. Information, this is really preliminary on the master property tax agreement. We're going to be able to provide you, hopefully relatively soon, the distinction between a pre-1981 parcel tax, property tax revenue, and a pre-1981 parcel and what that means. So we're researching that information in question now. We also anticipate, secondly, to provide you an overview of Prop 98. So this was requested, just education on that new legislation, what it means. It really will break down to projects that were submitted before a certain date and projects that are submitted after a later date. So the city attorney will be walking us through an overview of Prop 98. Number 3, we know that it will be valuable for us to develop our own ordinance that incorporates the language of Prop 98, but also takes into consideration good neighbor policies, community benefits, and other best practices that our peers in and around the region in the Inland Empire and San Bernardino County, cities that have built warehouse projects, the lessons learned from those that we can incorporate into essentially standard conditions for the review of these types of projects. Included tonight also is an attachment on where the existing warehouse applications. So we haven't had any applications since we last talked. All of the applications that we have are included on that attachment. We will, if there are any changes, we will update you at that future meeting on what has walked in the door. We intend to and plan to add additional information to that grid as it becomes available. So there was a request for information about the number of jobs and salaries and things like that. So we intend to continue to build out that data set. And finally, there were a number of questions related to the industry itself and environmental impacts. And we're really fortunate that UC Riverside and some partners put together a study called The State of Work, Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics in the Inland Empire. This is only months old. It's less than a year old. It was published in February of 2024. It's a long read, but it's a comprehensive read, and we hope you find that helpful and that the community finds this helpful. I think it speaks to a number of the questions that were asked, goes many steps farther in many cases, and is a robust study. So I think it can be very helpful in understanding what warehouse development means to communities, particularly in this area. So tonight is really a focus on making sure that we have the right agenda for you at that next meeting. And it does raise a question about whether December 10th is going to be the right day for that. It's going to be the date where we anticipate certifying the election results. So we do anticipate the transition of one council member on that evening. So we anticipate swearing in that council member, rearranging the seats, selecting a new mayor, selecting a new mayor pro tem, and a comprehensive agenda that will include a number of items as well. You may want to consider a special meeting either near that date, which means probably the following week, sometime the following week, still a little time between that date and Christmas, or alternatively, a special meeting date in January. So probably the second or third week in January. We would look for potentially a special meeting date, evening, let's say 6 o'clock, something like that, anticipating talking for up to 3 hours or more, right? There will be public comment and also information presented. It's also possible that we could schedule with a little more coordination a representative that participated in that UC Riverside study. So we haven't made phone calls yet on that angle, but we potentially could secure a speaker to help provide information about the study that was done and have that incorporated or integrated into the presentation that we would bring you at that special meeting or the December 10th council meeting. So that's essentially an overview of what we're looking at tonight, and we're eager to receive your feedback on this outline.
Members, anyone? Sure.
Go ahead if you want. So you want from us what we would like to, what information we would like to see at the next, when we discuss this?
What we want to make
get down
sure
to
is
graphics.
we've shared with you 5 angles, 5 essentially items to discuss, and we want to make sure that we meet your expectations when it's time to have that meeting, so that if there's something missing, that we research information and bring that to you, if at all possible.
What I would like to see is a complete city map, zoning map, that kind of highlights the schools and parks and residential and what land masses are available for development in the warehouse category or industrial use category. I would like to also see an overlay in the truck routes that are current, what might be proposed, and where it all falls in line with the realignment of State Route 79. And I'd also like to really drill down on the applications that we currently have on whether or not they are actual, how do I say this tactfully, jobs creation or spec. Whether they're spec warehouses, they don't actually have a tenant at this point, or whether or not they are actually a job creation upon build. And then depending on what everybody else says, I may come up with more.
Councilmember Kendrick?
So I had a few comments. So in reading the staff report, so there are several references to the administrative use permit, which is a permitted use, but it is approved by it's approved by the director. And so I have some concerns with that. I would like to know what other jurisdictions do for a permitted use by right for something of this nature. I know typically I see that they go to Planning Commission. And then I'm concerned that, you know, there's talk about traffic related issues and obviously these go hand in hand with these types of uses. But the Planning Commission also absorbed the Infrastructure Commission, which absorbed the Traffic Commission. And so it seems logical to me that they should be approved. You know, it should go through a review with Planning Commission. I know that City Council will only see items that are legislative or that get appealed to the City Council. But I think that there should be more oversight on those. And on page 5, it talks about doing inspections, but I wanted some clarity on who's going to be doing those inspections. And how do we set that trigger? I mean, in things like this, it's easy to fall through the cracks. So if it's an annual inspection, I'd like some assurances on how that's going to be accommodated and not fall through the cracks. The section under that saying it may require corrective action. If there are issues, I think it should say will require corrective actions. For item 3 on that page, it was talking about timeframes. So I was hoping to get a little bit more clarity on that. And then on page 6, it's so truck trips are limited to certain routes, which are highly impacted. So I think that kind of we need to look at it almost like on a regional basis and look at the impacts and maybe talking with our neighbors, including the county and San Jacinto, and what those impacts look for us as a region. And then I did have this note down similar to Councilmember Krupa, is I'd like to see a map that shows the sensitive receptors in conjunction to our industrial zone land. And this goes back to a previous comment made by Councilmember Krupa, is that when the general plan was contemplated back in 2012, I mean, what we're dealing with now was not in the forefront of anyone's mind. And so in looking at the zoning map, I have concerns. We tend to have a lot of residential right next to industrial. And I mean, we may want to take a look at that. I know that's a big, heavy lift, but it is it's proving problematic for our residents. And again, there's a right location for these, but I think that we kind of need to take a deeper look at these. And I didn't see any mention of a community benefit. So I know I had been asking for the good neighbor policy at several meetings, and also a community benefit. I'd like us to look at that community benefit fee and take a look at what other jurisdictions are requiring, because my understanding is most of them are requiring a community benefit fee. So if these projects are being built in other areas and they're providing additional funding to the city, I think that, you know, we should follow suit. You know, so those were the comments that I had on this item.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
So the article that's attached to the, you know, and it includes sections comparing the traffic generated by the warehouses. And so I just wanted to let you guys know, since I probably won't be a part of this discussion, that it doesn't specify the actual number of trucks or precise emissions data. Another thing too, to a comment earlier, he mentioned like 1,400 trucks based on the extrapolation of the numbers. In one of the reports that's on Acacia and the Newland project, that's Acacia and Kirby, it reduces that 1,400 by 87% because it's just the employees coming in and out. And so whatever you have left is the actual number projected. And then there's a focus on the new air quality standards from AB 98, and that addresses the emissions from the trucks, including the requirements for electric vehicle charging stations and zero emissions forklift, but it doesn't provide the pollution comparisons that I had asked last time. And then the warehouses are designed as permitted use in manufacturing zones with specific restrictions for large facilities. And then the report briefly mentions potential restrictions on truck delivery hours to reduce residential disturbance, but it doesn't specify the hours. I think we should make that known too. I know that the one off Kirby and Acacia will be reduced. I think it's conditioned to 20% at night. And then for the economic part, that report talked about information on the potential job creation. The revenue generated specifically for the city is not outlined in there. And so we have to make sure that we address that as well. There's no analysis comparing how the money spent within Hemet versus other communities might change due to the warehouse developments. And then the report examines general traffic comparisons, but it doesn't directly compare emissions from warehouse trucks to those that would be generated by equivalent housing developments. And then the report does emphasize the potential challenges posed by warehouse projects, but like the increased traffic, the noise, the air pollution, but doesn't include a specific legal or environmental finding on how warehouses could be detrimental to Hemet in that part. So just keep those things in mind as you guys go forward.
Councilmember Peterson.
Okay, so the one gentleman did mention this, something about the daily trips, and the one that stuck out to me was the mobile home parks, because a lot of our mobile home parks are 55 plus. So I'm not really sure how the trips per day are calculated. It was suggested that it might not just be the residents, but it might be like there's service people coming in and out, like the landscapers or caretakers, because we know a lot of our seniors are not going out 5 times a day. So I'm wondering what that trips per day actually encompasses, if we can find that out at all. The 2 warehouses that are approved now, I would like to see a breakdown of how many jobs and the salaries that are proposed for that, if we can find that out. just to know like how many are going to be lower paying and how many are supervisor, and maybe a range of salary for those. I don't think I have anything else other than what they mentioned, but those two things were something additional, so.
Thank you. My questions would be, I hear a lot of stories about Acacia and Kirby having hundreds of trucks 24/7 driving on the streets. And I'm looking at the designated truck routes here, and I don't see anything about Acacia, and I don't see anything about Kirby. And I'd like to know how on the Kirby warehouse, I know how they're going to do it, but if maybe you can explain, city manager, on how they're going to get out to Sanderson and stay off Kirby and stay off Acacia, where they're not on there 24/7. While I go to my next one, you can explain that.
Oh,
please.
just briefly, there will be a new road built. It's really a cul-de-sac. It's going to be named Whittier, so the alignment, think about the alignment with the existing Whittier. But the cul-de-sac will start, it will be off of Sanderson, so trucks will enter off of Sanderson, drive east to the cul-de-sac. That will be the warehouse facility will be at the end of that cul-de-sac, and that's the route in and out of the facility that the trucks will use, so they will not be on Kirby.
Thank you, sir. And then I'm looking at how Moreno Valley has their good neighbor policy, and we're going to incorporate that, I believe, also the good neighbor policy. So I see how their equipment in their warehouses will have zero emissions equipment. They'll be required to have this equipment. Also on-site vehicle idling restrictions, electrification infrastructure in their warehouses, and also truck route plans, so they'll stay off certain streets that are too small or and that they're not allowed to be on from our policies here. So and I also see restricted delivery hours, so we're not going to have 24/7 warehouses working here. They're gonna be restricted to their hours, or how's that gonna work?
It sounds like it would be helpful to include information about the two projects under construction, so we summarize the operating hours and the reductions at night, so to speak, right? That's information that would be helpful.
And then also sound barriers, these warehouses will have, I've seen how they put a wall in Kirby in front of the warehouse. And is that for sound also? Sound barrier?
And
And-
glare from the windows.
I'm sorry?
And glare from the windows.
Oh, okay, good, yeah, so they are incorporating the good neighbor policies then, which is good. Operational noise limits, buffer zones and landscapings, green roof, solar roof requirements, stormwater management and pollution control. So there's a lot of mandates or conditions that these warehouses will have, plus the trucks not being able to drive in certain roads. How are we going to police that maybe, especially the trucks? If they drive on a road they're not supposed to be on, what do we do in that case?
Those,
Do you want me to answer that now on the truck enforcement? I worked in a city where we had challenges with trucks occasionally driving through neighborhoods. And so we would, it was partly learning about it from our own residents. This is what was happening in their neighborhood. The council enacted an ordinance that limited trucks to certain streets as we have today in Hemet. And we knew the routes that were being used by trucks to essentially work around the other corridors, and so we were able to cite them through enforcement means.
So Mayor, on that one, we already have an ordinance on the books that makes it unlawful to operate a vehicle in excess of 14,000 pounds on any street other than those that are designated. So we have the ability to enforce it both as a misdemeanor and through fines. I think what we're looking at as we're putting together the performance standards, the skeleton for an ordinance here, we would be looking at additional enforcement mechanisms, likely significant fines for the property owner if their trucks are caught operating outside of that designated truck route.
And the property owner being the warehouse
Yes.
owners, okay.
And, keep in mind, these are large, frankly, industrial scale operations. And so the fines should be commensurate, with the size of that operation so that it is an effective deterrent.
So we're gonna have to hire more code enforcement, more police in order to.
I
make sure-
think you'll be looking at targeted. I mean, and it's also, we have a very effective flock system already in place
Oh, yeah,
throughout the city that, we can work with the police department. Do we have the ability to, remotely and automatically monitor violations of these? So those are things that we can absolutely look at leveraging technology as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, there was one more thing, but I can't find it now, but oh, here we go, average daily, no, that's not. Okay, that's all I have for right now.
I did have a question, as city manager and staff are looking towards preparing the information on sensitive receptors. Want to make sure that we're applying the correct definition. So we do have the AB 98 definition, which includes residences. And one of my questions, because I believe residences was specifically brought up by Councilmember Kendrick, but also Councilmember Krupa, are we talking about residential zones is what you want to be identified on the map, or do you want non-conforming residential identified as well? Non-conforming residential would be significantly more time consuming, whereas residential zones be relatively straightforward to put together, and non-conforming residential tends to be the most challenging aspect whenever you're doing a development like this.
I would say residential zones. If it's non-conforming, it's non-conforming, so that there's no expectation. And those properties become more valuable as time goes on. If those type of uses go in around similar zoning. So I don't have an issue with not showing the non-conforming residential, but certainly the residential, like I said, in looking at the zoning map, a lot of these are right next to residential zones, which I think is just problematic for the community.
Understood. The other question was one of the sensitive receptors, one of the uses that's included in the definition are daycare facilities. I don't think that's a use that we have very good data on, especially if there's been recent changes in state law that don't even require in-home daycares to obtain business licenses from the city. So we don't even have that data at that level. My expectation is that in-home daycares would exist in residential zones. So I just want to make sure that you were okay with those being excluded from the map.
Well, they would be in residential, but also fire, they have to have inspections through fire. So fire might have records on those, but I agree they're in residential and it's hard to track them for community development. But they do have to go through fire inspections. So I wonder if there's some way that fire could identify those quickly.
Understood. And then the last one is one of the definitions of a sensitive receptor is a publicly owned park, playground, or recreational area or facility primarily used by children. We don't sort them by whether they're used by children or not. So I think we just
All
identify
parks.
all the parks.
All parks,
Okay.
passive and active.
Okay. All right, that's it.
So I have a couple of follow-up questions to receive clarity on. First, is there council enthusiasm for attempting to track down a speaker and incorporating a speaker that can speak to the study? That would present an opportunity for you to ask additional follow-up questions. Okay. And then in terms of a date for the meeting, are you interested in sticking with the December 10th date? Or alternatively, looking at a special meeting either the week of, let's say, December 16th through the 19th, one of those dates, probably not the 17th, or the second or third week in January as a target date.
Not the 17th?
Well, planning commission, is that dark? Okay. It's not dark. Yeah. So it's,
Will
there's
this
a
take-
conflict on the 17th.
Will this special meeting take place at the library?
It will. So, the Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday would work better
Wednesday is good for me.
as an alternative to December 10th. I think the other option is the second or third week in January. If you wanted to wait that long.
I'd rather have it sooner than later, to be honest with you. That's,
So what we can do is check availability for the 16th, the 18th, or the 19th. Those are probably the 3 dates that we'll focus on. And we'll try to work around the speaker's calendar as well as your calendars and the planning commissioner calendars.
great.
Okay.
That
And
it?
then for clarity, in terms of the moratorium, right now it's scheduled to come back on December 10th. Is that something that you would want to come back on December 10th if we were looking at this information the following week? Or would you like to push that out to a future date?
First meeting in January, maybe, for that? Because we'll have more answers, we'll have, all right, questions answered. And
I mean, I don't know what my colleagues' thoughts are, but I would still be in favor of bringing the moratorium forward, because then that gives us time. So not retroactive, but just preventing any new applications coming in while we take our time to develop the standards and everything that we want in place for these projects as they move forward. And it doesn't have to go the full maximum 2 years. It's, the first one's 45 days. We might need that, or we might have to do a second extension and remove it when we have the regulations in place and standards that we want for these types of uses. So I would like to have that come forward just to stop any new applications coming in while we're working on this. I don't want to feel rushed. Are we going to see a flood of applications that want to try to avoid making these changes, before they submit? So that's my opinion on that.
I would agree.
To clarify, if we are bringing it forward on December 10th, that would allow us to do the notice part of the public hearing. So we actually wouldn't do the 45-day and then the 10-month, 15-day process, which the council's probably accustomed to. If we are able to do the initial notice, I think the initial timeframe is 1 year. But it sounds like the council doesn't necessarily intend to use that full timeframe. But I wanted to clarify, you likely won't see a 45-day version of it. You'll likely see the full 1 year.
Okay. My intention is not to use that. I would like to have it removed as soon as we get our standards in place.
Clarification. You said we wouldn't do the 45-day, we would go for the full year. Can that be rescinded if
That's what I was just gonna
Yes.
ask.
So
Okay.
the language of it, fundamentally, whenever you bring a future ordinance that has those performance standards or any other changes, that future ordinance would rescind the moratorium.
Okay, yeah, because we do need to have our ducks in a row and our plan done. But so I agree with Carol that bringing that forward on the 10th is a good idea. And then we formulate and decide what we want to do for our community and then go forward.
But I don't think we need a motion, but I captured your comments. If we need clarification, we'll check the video, probably follow up with you. We have some helpful feedback on the outline of the agenda, and that's very helpful. I do think when we pick a date, we're going to need to start no later than 6 p.m., maybe a little earlier. We'll have to talk about what the right time is to start. I think it's going to be a long meeting, so we want to build in enough time to enjoy some dialogue on the topic in addition to the public comment. Thank you.
We will now move on to the city council and staff reports. We have what, 13 minutes? We can finish it up. Yeah.
I'll be real brief. I went to a lot of things.
Period.
Done. Went to a lot of things. Most of the meetings on here that I have are coming later this month. But I would like to say that the item number 9 on my report list, the Council Protocol Ad Hoc Committee, can be removed.
All right.
And that's it.
Yeah, bring you down to 13. Okay, Carol, Councilmember Kendrick.
I went to a lot of things too. But I did watch the Planning Commission from last week, so there was an extension of time on there that actually wasn't needed. So that was an interesting meeting. And then I did have the RCA meeting. I won't go into the details on the Kell Canyon Complex Reserve overview. That was the reserve of the month, but just briefly, it's 851 acres. So the species were the long-tailed weasel, the bobcat, Cooper's hawk, the Rufous crowned sparrow, northern harrier, and San Diego horned lizard. I learned a lot about the harriers and the San Diego horned lizards. I'll show you photos when I see you again, but I really learning this reserve area, and that's all.
I don't have anything, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Peterson.
One significant thing that happened at the WRCOG meeting this last month was that we had 2 different meetings with the Hemet San Jacinto TUMF group, and this includes Supervisor Gutierrez and Supervisor Chuck Washington and Crystal Ruiz and myself. And we allocated, in 2 different meetings, we allocated $35 million to the State Route 79 project. And this is going to be a little bit different. So we had to do a memorandum of understanding with RCTC, and they are actually going to manage the project and the money. So we voted on that, and we decided that that was okay, that they could do it, and we will closely monitor it. But the State Route 79 project is starting to move after
20 years.
How many decades, Linda? So it's been a long project, and we're finally getting it going. So let's see if I have anything that's really important. I think the rest can pass. It's just routine things, but I just wanted to tell you about the TUMF thing. So thank you.
Okay, just 2 of the events that I was privileged to be a part of. The Marine Corps birthday with the Hemet Police Department. We had a cake, we cut it. I was the oldest one, and then there was a young one there that we got to, I got to eat first. And then the Veterans Day event was great. We honored 2 of the American Legion Post 53 officers. It was Louis Morales and Richard Alvarez, who are no longer with us, and their family was there, and they were happy that they were honored. And that's it for me, City Manager.
I want to congratulate the council for all participating in the State of the City address last week. We showcased a lot of accomplishments over the last year, and want to thank our staff as well. We've done a lot of work in 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Also want to highlight that on Saturday, December 7th, that's going to be the Christmas parade down Florida. The parade will start at 5 p.m. between Gilbert. It's going to run between Gilbert and Santa Fe. And on our website, you can sign up for city updates by email. And in each city update, we provide some information about what are some upcoming events. In the current edition, that's the November 4th edition, there's a link at the bottom of that document to the Christmas parade. If you're interested in participating in the parade, we still have space available for entries. I think we have 48 as of this morning, and we're looking to grab about 80. So my understanding is we always have a flurry of entries at the last minute, but that window's closing in the next couple of weeks. So we want to wrap that up soon. But Saturday, December 7th is going to be the parade. That's all.
Thank you, sir. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on December 10th, 2024.